Crazy. Good evening. This is a special meeting of the
Microphone, please.
I'm sorry about that, folks. I can't see, but I can't point. This is a special meeting of the Fiverr City Commission, Thursday, September 8th, 2022, at 9:01. We continue to all items are complete. And at this time, we're actually calling the meeting to order. And I'd like for the mayor to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, we have a public hearing and let the city manager.
Before I think Penny's getting Commissioner Sherman on.
The 3427? Yeah, that's him. So does name. I'll try again.
Try 386-405-5858.
Really?
Yeah.
Where do I have one?
386-405-5858.
5858. Hey. Hey, I was calling the other number. Hold on, I'm gonna put you on speaker. Will you say something to make sure everyone can hear you? Hold on. Let me get the volume up. Try that again.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear them, James?
Yes.
Perfect. Good to go.
And so before we start, is Mr. Sherman going to be voting remotely? Or just participating?
James?
Whatever the others on the dais want me to do, I can vote or just participate, whatever. My fellow.
Commissioner, briefly say what is the reason for your absence?
I was at a family event in North Carolina for a wedding.
And so as we've been through before, it is the Commission's determination as to what constitutes an emergency absence. And so if it is an emergency absence, Commissioner Sherman is allowed to vote by phone, and it is your determination as to whether or not this constitutes an emergency absence.
I don't know if that's an emergency. I would not mind participating, but I don't consider this to be an emergency.
Okay, that's all I wanted to cover, and if we're good there, then I will go ahead and read the resolution.
Yes.
Resolution 2022-12, a resolution of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, levying the ad valorem property tax millage rate for municipal purposes on all taxable property within the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, stating the millage to be levied is 5.4500 in Flagler County, and 5.4500 is the rate to be levied for Volusia County, and providing an effective date. And also, just so everybody has percentages in mind, that 5.45 millage rate represents 12.97% increase over the rollback rate of 4.8242 in Flagler County, and also 12.97% increase over rollback rate of 4.8242 in Volusia County.
Okay, that was the presentation by the city manager for discussion. Okay, Mr. Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, I prepared a memo which you have in the package kind of highlighting the the basic objectives and the new things that the city is going to be able to do with the adopted budget. This ties to many of your strategic priorities. In particular, an emphasis on public safety. And again, I've outlined all of that, and we've been through multiple meetings and multiple workshops. I think this is, even though it is an increase of over 12%, it is a frugal budget, and it is basically taking the bad luck we all had with inflation and doing the best we could with those funds. In terms of the actual rate, it's only up 3/100 today. So I think that the commission and the staff have done a good job of prioritizing and making sure that we have things in place in the budget that will move us forward. And in particular, an emphasis on public safety and many of the other programs and projects that the city commission wanted to see done following our discussions out of the strategic plan. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I think Rhonda's here as well if you have any questions.
Okay, pardon me. First question I would ask is that I know that you're looking at the memo here, and it has a lot of things that we've identified as safety related issues as well as having to do with infrastructure. And if we were not to approve this, how many of those particular items would be scratched or would be delayed until next year or
A lot of them. I think it's just urgent that we provide for the raises needed to keep our police officers and our firefighters on the job. There are other staff. I constantly get feedback that they can't afford rent, that they need help. And, with regard to infrastructure, it's aging every day and needs replacement. There's stormwater projects that need to be done. We'd like to do more, but we have budgeted to get some movement going on that and all the planning necessary, the engineering, the design. And we'll be actively seeking grants so that it's a situation where we take the funds we have and leverage them. And it's just critical for our wastewater plant, for example, that we reduce our inflow of infiltration. We have fiber optic projects on the radar here because, again, we need to enhance our communications. God forbid we get into that, we're in the middle of the H season. I don't want to mention that word, but, what would we do if we couldn't communicate during an emergency? So these are the kinds of priorities, the technology upgrades, a lot of the resiliency initiatives, the infrastructure, new technology like GIS, which is the Geographic Information Systems. And these are all things that used to be luxuries, but they're no longer luxuries. All the federal and state agencies have these things. We need to be able to collaborate and communicate. And so these are all necessary expenditures to put us in sync with the times.
okay, during the last budget meeting that we had, I know a couple of commissioners had asked that we go back to the structure control in order to try to be as efficient as we could. I guess it was like to address that.
Yes, sir. By the way, the call drop. You want to try it again? So yes, when we ended, the rate was a little higher. It was 5.5, and the commission asked me to go back and do some pencil sharpening and trimming. We did that, and we were able to come back with the 5.45.
Okay, I'll open it up for the rest of the commissioners to ask questions or comments.
The only comments I have is last year we did a large budget increase. It was very aggressive projects we had. You have to excuse my squeaky voice. And administration has had trouble keeping the book this year. We have a lot of things that are either behind or not given. I worry that this is every bit as aggressive as the previous year. We're digging ourselves a hole. Should we, and he did a good job sharpening the pencil. That's not in dispute. I think what would be my only concern is, are we trying to do too much too fast based on all the things that we're behind on right now? Should we ask administration to maybe push a couple things out 1 year so we can really get our feet under us this current year? We're going into next fiscal year behind, significantly behind, and with an aggressive budget on top of an aggressive budget, more behind, do we risk getting even further? Because we've heard like the whiteboard's full. What do you want me to tackle first? And we've prioritized that and everything, but when we do this, the whiteboard is going to get fuller. And that's my only food for because are we going to put ourselves in a spot where we're going to end up getting even further behind, putting even more pressure on city manager? Maybe we could methodically pile a few things back so we don't end up in too deep. That was my only thought.
I think it was a very valid comment. And I certainly appreciate it, because I think that maybe some of this will flush out and go over some of these items that's on their agenda. Pardon me. It has to do with the priorities that we all set as well, which I thought was a very good initiative, because we'd all, excuse me as well.
It's contagious.
I surgery will do
That
that.
was the reason I wasn't here last time. Because I think that was a very good initiative as far as giving us all an opportunity to look at all the priorities that are on that board and have an opportunity to rate them so that the city manager could in fact put them in some type of order based on that input. So I really commend you for doing that, and also commend Mr. Cooley for the comments, because and I think when we look at all of these, it is a matter of how much can we do, and if we don't do it, we're going to get behind. And I've referenced something that happened once before that had to do with the water. It just kept kicking it and kicking it and kicking it. And for long, we're in a position where we have to have this massive increase for the next 5 years in order to catch up. But I'm not sure which items on the list we would have to put in order again, unless we did in fact look at this list and we start prioritizing those. Commissioner?
Yeah, I think a lot of what you're saying we're behind on, and please correct me if I'm wrong, are things that did get started, looking for grants for some of the projects, looking for other funding methods. So we are getting started on some of those projects. They just don't show up anywhere because the actual work hasn't been done. So I wouldn't want to say we shouldn't do those things. We should continue getting to the point with those projects that they actually get done, which will be in the next fiscal year. The next fiscal year. So I wouldn't want to play that.
Well, I mean, I think it's important that our constituents understand that we're doing everything we can in order to try to keep the costs down, but by the same token, we're also trying to address a number of issues that we need to talk about. One again is that Mr. Whitson hasn't brought that big pipe in here yet. That has shows the many years of water going through these pipes that had burst.
Bring it back if you want.
But I mean, I think when we were in the conference here a couple of weeks ago, we had an emergency where we had pipes that erupted, and prior to that, a week before that, we had another pipe that erupted. So we get into a situation where we envision pipes springing up all the time, pipes bursting. So what we're trying to do is get in a position where we can at least have some funds available to start applying for some grants through our sources in order to try to fix the aging stuff. So, is Commissioner Sherman online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to know, do you have any comments relative to the village and the items that we're discussing as far as priorities?
I think the priority, I was happy with the priority list that we all kind of came to that Mr. Woods was
He must be where I was.
Just sort of along the lines of sticking to our plan and hopefully testing our things and doing some things that be, but as long as we're getting those. I mean, I think we'll be hoping we stay close to our that we're coming voting before tonight and really I don't really have too much to say other than I will be paying close attention at our when we have our quarterly budgets and seeing how those funds are being spent and seeing that we're staying on target with our millage rate, with the proposed millage rate that we have, and really that's all I have for now.
Okay, Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Phillips?
I just want to address this to William. Mr. Cooley had some valid points. Can I ask you to respond to him?
Sure, I share some of those concerns, and I think those are great comments. Unfortunately, there are regulatory requirements that the city is under from the state and federal government that we have to finish certain things. And I'll give you one example. When it comes to the wastewater treatment plant, once you reach 75% capacity of your plant, you have to show them what's the plan for adding on to the plant. So you have to begin showing them, and we're closely monitoring that, and we're getting very close to that point. And there's going to be a major presentation to the commission in October where the staff has really drilled down and looked at, okay, how do we keep from getting into that tripwire situation, because we don't want to spend extra money right now. And okay, what's the plan going forward? Because if it's another 6 months to a year before we do get there, how do we tackle that? So I get it that there's a lot on our plate. I get it that we have a lot going on. Unfortunately, some of these priorities are going to be dictated to us as opposed to us choosing.
Okay. I think that one of the things that may be helpful to the commission and also to the public, and I think we're probably going to be doing this anyways, is maybe on a quarterly basis we can kind of get an update as to where we are as we move along with some of these particular items that we have.
We had already agreed that Debbie had asked to have a sheet, and we got one, and then I guess we'll keep getting new ones.
Right, we all agree that we're gonna have a project track.
That's exactly.
Okay.
And I think we're spending a lot of time on utility items, which has nothing to do with the mill rate. So it's the mill rate that we're voting on.
Yeah, and the majority of the mill rate is frankly being spent on things like public safety, parks, recreation, the beach, the lifeguards, things like that.
Okay. Well, it's important because here again, a lot of folks don't understand how their money is divided up into different pots, and you can't move enterprise money over here to the general fund and move it around like that like you do in regular corporations. So I think it's important to understand those particular diagrams we have as well. Okay, that being said, can you open this up for public comment? Okay, at this time I'd like to open up the public comment for anyone that would like to address this appropriation.
Rick Oliver, Flagler Beach. I have the same thoughts that Eric has, and had pretty much the exact same thing written down. There's a lot of things in this year's budget that didn't get done, and projects that weren't started, that money will end up going back to reserves instead of being used for whatever it was destined to be used for. So it's pretty unfair to charge people again to do the job, the following year. I'm not gonna pick on any particular things, because like Jane just said, a lot of things are, utility related that, we could maybe work on a little better, but, it's a pretty good hike, and I hope that we can do a much better job of getting the things done around that.
Anyone else? Public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2022-12.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second, please call roll.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
No.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. And the motion carries. Okay, we'll move on to the next item.
And before we move on to the next item, that we'll be back for final approval of the millage rate on what date, Penny?
September 22nd,
At
5:01 p.m.
Resolution 2022-13, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, adopting budgets for the general fund, utility fund, sanitation fund, stormwater fund, CRA fund, peer enterprise fund, and building code inspection fund for the fiscal year 2022-2023, fixing appropriations therein, proposing expenditures thereunder, determining the amount of money to be raised by taxation, and providing effective date thereof.
Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pretty much the same discussion. These are the funds that, basically, are the enterprise funds. The funds should be self-supporting. This is the adoption of budgets for utility funds, sanitation funds, stormwater funds, and the peer enterprise fund, code enforcement. All of these things bring in dollars and should support the functions that they carry out for the city. So that's the spirit of this, and I think we worked hard on getting the expenditures and the revenues in line.
Okay, open up for comments, questions from the commission. Okay, don't have any, so we'll open this up for public comment. This time, we have anyone come forward who would like to address resolution 2022-13. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a vote.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2022-13.
And I'll second.
Got a motion and a second, please follow roll.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, the motion as well, and the motion carries. Okay, that concludes the special meeting that we have, and at this time, we will reconvene, motion to adjourn. Okay, we adjourn, we'll reconvene in about 4 minutes.
Great. Jay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, they're all good. Do you want me to call back? Did you want to participate in the second meeting or not?
No, I'm gonna sit one out here. Obligation to attend to, but I'll be present for the 22nd.
All right, have a great trip.
One checkbook.
I'm gonna hang up. Bye-bye.
Alright, thanks,
Okay, and then after.
Good evening again. This is the regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission, Thursday, September the 8th, 2022, at 5:30, 5:32 actually, and to be continued until all items are complete. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and at this time, I'd like to have the Pledge of Allegiance led by one of our veterans that's in the audience. Will you please stand, at which time we'll have a moment of silence for our first responders. And
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
thank you very much. And thank you, sir, for your service.
Can I have his name, please, for the record?
What is your name? Bob Petty. U.S. Air Force, right? Army. Close. The Army was before the Air Force. Okay, we have a lot of items on the agenda tonight, so we will be proceeding and moving forward here. And this time, I'd like to know if we have any proclamations or awards there.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Proclamation of the Board of the City Commissioners of Flagler Beach, Florida, declaring September 2022 as National Recovery Month. Whereas each September, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration sponsors National Recovery Month. And whereas the 2022 National Recovery Month theme, Recovery is for everyone, every person, every family member, every community, explores how integrated care, a strong community, sense of purpose, and leadership contribute to effective treatments that sustain the recovery of individuals experiencing substance use disorder. And whereas the substance use disorder is preventable, treatment is effective, and people can recover. And whereas to help more people with lived experience achieve and sustain recovery, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and Flagler Open Arms Recovery Services invite all residents of Flagler Beach to participate in National Recovery Month. And whereas the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration encourages residents to participate in National Recovery Month to learn more about how to help people achieve and sustain long-term recovery. And whereas Recovery Month celebrates the gain made by those living in recovery. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, assembled in regular session this 8th day of September 22, that September 2022 in Flagler Beach is hereby proclaimed National Recovery Month.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Pam Patillo. I am the Executive Director of Fiverr Open Arms Recovery Services. And tonight I have with me our President of our board, Heather Dalrymple, another board member, Tressie Paytas, and then we have our program manager, Savannah Prince. And I want to address the commission and those here, the public tonight, because what we've seen over the past 2 years is that this community is becoming so recovery friendly. We can't even thank you enough. Look at me, I'm getting all teary. I am a Flagler Beach resident, so it's especially special for me. But when we started this 2 years ago, people kind of looked at us like there was something wrong with us. And now, everywhere we go, people are receptive. We have recovery-friendly employers, recovery-friendly social service agencies, recovery-friendly legislators. So we feel very blessed that we can see the tide turning, because without recovery-friendly communities, people just don't recover. So thank you very much.
Cheeseburger. My favorite word is cheeseburger. I'm hungry right now. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One more announcement. We just gave everybody up here our posters. The September 17th is our second annual National Recovery Month Festival here in Veterans Park. We're expecting well over 200 people. We're having 6 bands, 40 informational booths, and who knows how many food trucks. So we're very excited. Please come out and join. It's an awareness event, and we'd love to see everybody there. Thank you.
All right, we have one more that I think every person that lives in this city knows who he is. Come on up, Dougie. All right, Dougie. Here's a certificate of recognition. This certificate is awarded to Doug Klein in recognition of his outstanding initiative to bettering himself daily and the 9 years dedicated to the City of Flagler Beach Sanitation Department, making a difference daily for his teammates and the residents of the city. Thank you.
I'd like to say something about Mr. Doug Klein here. Doug Klein also works for me at Oceanside, and let's just say there isn't someone that's more active. He patronizes our businesses, he works for our businesses, and he works for the city. Our biggest core values at Oceanside has been loyalty and respect. Doug is one of those people that show that every single day, so I want to come here personally, thank him, and make sure that everyone knows who the heck Doug Klein is. Thank you for your service.
Commissioner, the mayor, I'll keep it real short. So I've been here almost 3 years with the city, or longer than in the city, but 3 years with the city, and this is one of the first guys that I met. He's been through 3 bosses and through dozens, if not more than that, of coworkers that have come and gone. And this guy, every morning he shows up, he rides his bicycle over the bridge, he lives in town. He went from a very rough start when I started to 2 jobs, a checking account, his own place, and a totally different person than he was almost 3 years ago. But anyways, every morning he rides his bike over the bridge. I'll stop and blow the horn, he'll keep going. So he rolls in the yard every morning, ready to go to work, and never says no. He works 7 days a week, and I literally have to yell at him to take the day off on the weekends. And if he takes the day off on the weekends, he'll call me Sunday night and say, "Did everything go okay? Did everything go okay?" He's concerned. So I get cheered up. This guy is like the best. I mean, he's such a good guy, and a joy to work with. So I really appreciate him. Thanks for the award for him.
Mayor, I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to brag on our folks. I am so proud of Debbie and Rob and all the other city employees, and I'm thinking of a song that's called Overcomer. And I think, Dougie, you're an overcomer. And I'm proud of you, and I want you to stand and get a photo. with us, and thank you so much for your service. We appreciate it.
I don't think I'd do very well. Oh.
Come on in.
All right, 1, 2, 3, cheeseburger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks again, Doug. It's guys like that, ladies like that in our city that makes it so great, so we really appreciate it. Okay, the next item we're gonna move on is deletions of changes to the agenda.
Chairman, I'd ask that you'd remove item 6, the minutes. I was having so much fun on vacation, I didn't complete them when I returned.
Okay, number 6 will be removed from the agenda.
Are we moving forward with 15 and 16 tonight?
It's not up to me.
That's up to
The applicants.
board. We got another application.
Correct.
So that's up to the board whether you want to table and give more time or whether you want to proceed. That's up to you all.
We are supposed to pick for item 16. I'm okay with going ahead with item 15, but item 16, we still don't have 4 applicants, and how we pick 4 applicants out of 3 people. And somebody's got a magic wand, that's great. I'd rather
16.
Might be a good idea to wait more applicants on that one. And Mike Akialis, who was applying, he can't make it tonight, but he wanted everybody to know that he's interested.
Right, so without Mike being able to be here, plus not having a full roster to pick from.
So you just want to pull number 16?
Yeah, we'd rather be waited. Those things start with
So we pull number 16, right?
with everybody to do.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
That we do.
Commissioner Sherman wanted us to wait on 17 and 18. I don't know how we feel about that.
I'm not comfortable pulling those 2.
I'm not either.
The applicants are here as well.
Yeah, well, let's go forward with 17.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move it 17 and 18.
Yeah, just so we should mention.
Okay, we move items. Okay, that being the case, we move on to public comment. Okay, public comment, this is at this time, public comments regarding items not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak, however, comments should be limited to 3 minutes, a 30-minute allocation of time for public comment on items not on the agenda. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to address the chair and one appropriate and one opportunity to speak. No time can be allocated to another person, so if anyone would like to speak at this time in public comment, please come forward. Here's your name and your address.
Good evening, my name is Kathy Wilcox, I'm the director of the Flagler Beach Historical Museum until December 31st. We were recently approached by the group Flagler Creates, which is under the umbrella of Flagler Strong. And they wanted to do a community service project, and that project is to paint the outside of the museum. While we are ecstatic about it, that's not our decision to make because this is the city building. And you are receiving a packet right now that Flagler Creates put together. We're looking at the entrance wall and the adjacent wall, which I always call Penny's wall, to brighten it up, bring some awareness to the community and to the museum. And we actually have the Flagler Creates president, Linda Witherspoon, here. If you would like to say a few words, that would be great. So I'll turn it over to Brenda.
Thank you, Captain.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Brenda Witherspoon, 1102 South Central. Flagler Creates is a small group, and we've met over the past 2 years to find ways to support our residents and businesses through artistic avenues. And you may know our group as the folks that designed and created funding for the awareness of the 5 parking lots. And we like to think that that was quite successful, as they appear to be full and people realize that they are public lots at this point. I've been around a long time, and I've talked to a lot of people in town through various groups and walking my dog, and I'm stunned how many people don't know we have a museum. So I was trying to figure out ways to highlight the museum. So my packet I called Updating the Museum Facade with Color. And this is our community service request. Our goal is to increase visitors and community awareness. As I said, there's residents who have lived in Fiverr Beach for years who are not aware we have a city museum. And Fiverr Beach Creates would like to assist in making the museum a hub for not only sharing our history, but a stronger source for directing visitors to the many businesses and recreational activities available. And our parking sign project led to a greater awareness of the 5 public lots, and we hope that you please support our efforts to highlight the museum. The 3rd page shows the color of the existing facade, and it doesn't really draw attention to the museum as it doesn't separate it from the city. And the next page, of course, colorization doesn't work so well by Xerox, but just to kind of show that we'd like to paint the front of the facade with colors at our expense. And on the last page, the fresh base color would make the Fiverr Beach Museum bronze letters pop over the door, and the vibrant colors of the exterior sea turtle exhibit will come alive with a crisp white backdrop. And the standalone Fiverr Beach Museum sign presently blends in with the wall color and will totally be transformed with the lighter background. And these are samples of what we are proposing. Thank you.
Okay, I just have a question that you didn't cover. And just for full disclosure, I'm a member of that group, as well as the mayor. How is this going to be funded?
Totally by our group. This is a community service gift to the city, and something that we think will go a long way.
Okay, I just want to cover that because that's one of the things that first pops in everyone's mind is how are these things going to be paid for. And I think that we as a group here at the Commission, we're notorious for going out and getting donations and volunteers and things like that. So that's one of the things I want to make sure. Okay, any questions, Commissioners? Mayor,
This seems more like an operational issue. Maybe they should just work directly with the city manager. I don't really know.
Yeah, I think it is, but what we thought was relevant is that even though we member of the committee itself, the group, we wanted to make sure that the commissioners knew what was going on and also had consensus to make sure that.
Are you as a commission okay with the color change? I think that would be before the city manager would act. I'm sure he would want to make sure you were okay with the aesthetic change out there.
And that was the channel we went through.
I'm good.
I think it's great.
Yeah, me too.
Brenda mentioned this a long time ago, and I think it's a wonderful idea, and it's nice to see it come to fruition.
Thank you.
I second that.
Okay, I think we have a consensus here, and thanks a lot for your efforts, and I know there's a lot of work going into it, so we all look forward to getting paint records and coming out.
Thank you all.
Okay, any other speakers for public comment?
Room 27 South. I've got a question. The budget list thing was, I was listening to the audience, and I guess we're going with the county. And a couple of prior workshops, the mayor suggested that she spoke to the county. And then the panel got a little heated, and we had to kind of take a delay in the meeting and try to get our senses back. And then we go for a workshop to say what were the do's and don'ts of the mayor's job. It was canceled. So my question is, was the mayor out of line? I don't think so, in my personal opinion, and I'd like to know that, but I think a lot of people in the audience would like to know that.
Okay, thanks, sir. We'll study it. Any other comments?
Never say never.
I just have one
the monument sign, the Flagler Beach monument sign. It's, better entrance, you know, the tour. That floodlight hasn't worked in 6 months. And I know somebody went to Home Depot or somewhere and got one of those solar floodlights that was sticking in the ground. It's like a candle. So I just, I think we should be able to scrounge up enough money to fix the light on the gateway to our city. I'd like to know if we got something going on with that.
Any other comments from the audience?
Angela from Joyce Street. I applied for the Economic Development Task Force. I think as soon as the email went out because I'm your best candidate. I'm just going to come out and say it. That's because I believe workforce development begins with, well, actually, I said it opposite. Economic development begins with workforce development because we all know that's where we're all struggling throughout the whole world, that is. So task one is to cater to our students. And I love what I heard today about how the community is gathered in, and I know a lot about the school systems and all of the social services available. I see that our community is ready to help. And give our students a reason to stay. That just sounds ridiculous. We live near the beach, and yet we have many of our high school students leaving for jobs. This is a no-brainer. So the current, in my opinion, for every student is a financial independence. And we already know, you know better than most of us, what the demands are in our workforce. So this, again, is a no-brainer to align our students with the skills we need. And I have been working on a business plan for 5 years, and I just can't stop smiling about it. Cell Energy LLC, because everyone can move in a positive direction, one cell at a time. And it's for the underserved students between 14 and 24 to set them up for career success. I just listed some things to our students, and a student is to me anyone who wants to get a leg up on the next 21st century skill. All of our students, most likely, I'm talking about the underserved population, so many of them need housing, daycare, they need SEL, social emotional learning, and just as it takes a village to raise a child, it takes an ecosystem to grow an entrepreneur, and I'm ready day one to help with your economic development. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And first one I'll start out with is see that our city attorney is ready to go. So can you just go ahead and address the issue that you're going to have now?
Certainly. So, interesting question. This coming from one of, very few people in the state that prosecuted charter violations, for other cities. Absolutely not was there a charter violation. No. Was anything illegal done? Absolutely not. Are there always ways of communicating better and working better as a collegial board, as a collegial body? Absolutely. And those conversations were had, and individually, me and I think everybody up there. And so, yes, there were efforts made to just make sure everybody just works hard to understand where everybody else is coming from and to get along, and those kind of things. Just to use the example, whenever you have one official going elsewhere to find information, there's nothing wrong with that. And I agree with anybody who would disagree with anybody who would argue otherwise. It's the circle of communication. It's the keeping the body, remembering always that as members of a collegial body, we are members of a body, not individuals with our own. And I think everybody up there gets that, has always gotten that. And it was more of a misunderstanding than anything else. I think does that help?
Yeah, but to me, it's two different issues, right? One is the law, or
3
one
minutes
is the
is
code, and one is
Was there anything contrary?
communication. My question was there anything against, I guess,
Understood. And that's the
sunshine
question.
law or anything else?
Understood. That's the question I'm trying to answer. Was there anything that violated code? Absolutely not.
Okay, that's all.
Part of my job, and as you've all watched me do it up here, I'm both what's legal and what's optimal. And that's kind of why I'm giving the answer that I am, is was it legal? Was it illegal? Absolutely not illegal. Were there more optimal ways just for the body, not any individual on the body? Are there more optimal ways than what happened there across the board for the weeks that was going on? Absolutely, and those conversations have been happening.
Thank you, Drew.
The bottom line is we've all moved on and we're doing business. Like you're supposed to. Okay, Mr. Whitson, would you like to address the issue regarding the light on the monument?
Yeah, it's a corrosive environment. We've had trouble keeping the light, the way it needs to be. We put kind of a temporary fix out there, and I'll put that on the to-do list and we'll follow.
Okay, economic development. We look forward to your application being submitted during the next meeting when we make some selections. So thanks for applying. As a member of the economic development committee, I'm sure you'll add quite a bit if you're selected for that particular committee itself. So thanks a lot, Andrew. There's another item, I think there's mine and sign, and we got that. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, we'll bring back to the board, Commissioner Cool.
Just a request, since that is our gateway sign, city manager, if you just keep us posted on that. Should be an easy fix.
I wish they were all that easy, Commissioner.
Okay, we're going to close public comment at this time, bring it back to the board, and then move on for any items on the consent agenda. Do we have anyone that wanted to address the original consent? Commissioner Miller.
Yeah, I'd like to, they're not really so much, they're comments that I would like to add to number 7, number 10, and number 11.
So you want to know?
I want to pull from the consent.
Okay, we'll be pulling number 7, number 10, and number 11. We want to add those to the end of the relevant agenda, since we have to long tonight.
I only have like brief comments and
Okay.
You know,
Do you want to address them now?
well, usually we approve the rest of the consent.
You do have a staff member present for those items. If
Okay.
you push them to the end, you'd make that staff member.
Okay, I'll read it. Okay, can you get a motion to approve the rest of the agenda?
So what's being pulled?
7, 10, and 11. So
8 and
motion
9.
to approve
8 and 9.
And 6 was removed.
So we're left with 8 and 9.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve 8 and 9 off this agenda, assuming it's with.
Okay.
Okay, the motion on the second? All in favor? There's our public comment.
Who was the second? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, before we approve those, we have public comment on the consent agenda.
First of all, I'm going to plug the beach. Item number 8. Just reading the memorandum from the city manager. It says task 9 is reduced from the original scope of work. As approved by the commission. And then it went out to bid. I'm assuming this is how fresh. Yes. Then it went out to bid, and now it's been accepted. Now they're changing it back. Maybe not back, but maybe look again.
Okay, well,
I don't know.
Okay, I'll let the city manager explain that.
Reason behind it.
Okay, it's pretty simple. It's fine.
Thank you, Commissioner. It wasn't that way at all. The contract was bid. It's an RFQ, request for qualifications. It was a task that was put in there. When the contract was approved by the commission, it went back for comment to DEM because this is federal money. It has to be cleared through the Department of Emergency Management, acting on behalf of FEMA. And they weren't happy with the fact that some of the tasks were reduced because they had been advertised in the original deal, and they felt like that was in violation of 2 CFR. So what we've done is we've gone back and said, oh no, it was part of the negotiation. We only had so much money allocated to this task by DEM and FEMA, and we were trying to stay within the budget. So what we did was we went back and put the task back, but we reduced the scope of it because it has to do with the timing. We need these services, but we don't need as much of them. And once you move from design into construction, we are going to bring in a construction manager. And so I worked with Drew, I worked with DEM, I worked with the contractor, and what we're trying to do is stay within the scope of 2 CFR, make sure that we comply with all rules, and get this contract awarded because we need the design to start as soon as possible. So it wasn't the way Mr. Belhoomer described it at all. It's just a technical adjustment that DEM requested that we look at.
And Ms. Woodson, let me put it the way that I have understood it since I've been involved in the conversations is that initial in negotiations, because the contractor was selected because it was an RFQ, because it was under CCNA
Sorry.
procurement. You don't talk about price until you've made your selection. So you selected the most qualified, negotiations start, and that line item came out, really, to say it came out, these are all things I had to learn when I became involved in it. It was a little bit of a misstatement, I think, where DEM's initial confusion came from, because it really got absorbed into other things. And what happened between the contract that came last time that DEM asked questions about and the contract you got before you is it got those things that have been absorbed into other columns have been pulled back out into a standalone. So there's really not an increase in contract price from the last time they saw this. It's just now that those tasks have been now put into their own category again, like they were in your RFQ materials. Did I say that accurately?
Yes, and it's a timing and sequence thing. And so we're working through this, and I believe that we've now got the language corrected and worked heavily with the city attorney, and I think we're ready to proceed.
And just since we're now discussing it, it's not consent. We are still waiting to hear from FDEM, correct?
Correct.
And so if we don't get the right answer from FDEM, then we're going to be back at the drawing board on this. But that is where we stand waiting. Again, really, it is just for the sign off by DEM at this point.
Okay. All right.
And just for public knowledge, there are 9 tests in this contract, and the one that was being questioned that has been reworded so that we can dot the i's and cross the t's the way they want us to, is to do with construction support services, which we don't need. And I know I had similar questions to this ago, and this is what it's explained to me. So we don't need that till the end. The timetable review that shows that we don't need that test 9 done until December of 23.
Yeah, we don't need it until we start constructing.
This is design. So, but having been on this commission for a long time, we're dealing with FEMA and any branches thereof. If you don't know exactly the way they want it, you send it back, you got to reword it, you send it back, and then we'll find something else, and then send it back again. And that's what makes things take so long. So just for clarity, it is only for construction support services. It has nothing to do with the rest of it.
The rest of it was great. In fact, they complimented the team on how clean it was. This was the only.
They had to find something.
They had to find something, and this is what they found.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? I'm going to bring back the motion.
You have a motion and a second. You don't have a vote.
All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none. Motion carries.
7. I just wanted to, this is about the stormwater improvements. Unfortunately, we only have enough money this year to do one project. But for those who are fairly new to everything, in 2002, the stormwater plan was devised by some engineering company, I don't remember. That was,
No.
no, they did the 2009. All right, 2002, I don't remember the name of the company.
They were out of Orlando, but I can't think of. I'll think of it tonight at about 3:00 in the morning.
Around 3 o'clock, okay.
Yeah.
And they listed in 2002 book description, they listed 6 projects that needed to be done for stormwater. And those were Mirror Lake, Ocean Pond, Fiverr Avenue from the firehouse, South Palm Island, Venice Park, and downtown, this area. The ones that were done were Mirror Lake, Ocean Pond, and Ocean Pond only got done because we bought the golf course. And we didn't do the project, whoever that engineer was.
Hartman and Associates.
Who?
Hartman and
And
Associates.
who began with an H? Thank you, Hartman. They designed the project, we did not do the project, they designed, when we bought the golf course, we used the golf course for the stormwater project. And we did do, through the CRA, this area here. So that still left 3 projects from the 2002 plan. Then in 2009, went ahead and now we updated that plan and added 2 new ones. And those were Joyce Street and Palma Vista. Joyce Street has been done, Palma Vista has not. So we still left the South River Avenue, Palm Island, Venice Park, and Palma Vista. And we had for this year said we were going to do 2 of those projects, Palma Vista, I think, yeah, Palma Vista, and South River Avenue. But with, like everything else, prices haven't gone up so much, we only have enough money for one of those. So that's what brought us to it. And I just thought it was, you know, that this is not out of the blue, you know, we're just picking a random project. You know.
And we still have one that's been added.
Yeah.
I guess this is a question for Lee. Lee, if you could come up. Hasn't this part of Flagler Avenue already done? I thought we've already done this.
It was done.
Is it green?
The button. Okay. Apparently, yes, it was quite a while ago, I think. If you go back to the 2 master plans, some of the work was done, some of it wasn't. For example, one of the projects added height and elevation to South Daytona. I don't think that was ever done. Same thing with the South Flagler Avenue. That purpose also had a road in that one. So there were parts and parcels of things that were done from each of those 2 master plans. What wasn't done kind of got flowed forward, if you will, to the update in 2009. But in any case, these 4 projects that we were trying to get done were flowed forward from that second update. I mean, you just can't get done. The project on South Flagler from 9th to 13th, to answer your question, Commissioner, yes, it was done, but it wasn't done very well, unfortunately. The space is all filled up. The trench drains, the trench grates, rather, some of the trench grates, some of the culverts that go into the driveways are all stuffed up, and it doesn't function the way it was designed to function. So this project was kind of a resurrection of that because we've had a lot of complaints from residents in the area. So it's an attempt to take that project and sort of make it right. But as you saw from the bid tabs, if you look at it,
one of those bids was over $1 million. It's insane what we're dealing with here. So we purposely constructed the bid forms so that we could separate out the two projects that we wanted to try to get done. We only have enough to be, unfortunately, it's not fair that we figured out the hardest part of each project. The two that we did. So it is what it is. And, you know, I've been sending this message, and raising hands, we all have. Our prices are going through the roof. And some of these contractors are just bidding so high, probably because they don't want the job. And they figure, well, somebody's willing to pay me $1 million to do that job. We'll do it.
Just a follow-up question for Lee. This particular part of the city has I don't know what the proper term is, but the percolation level of the soil is the worst in the city. And if we are putting swales in here, do we have any risk of holding too much water because of the poor percolation part of the city? I guess the question is that the best and the only option?
Well, the idea here is to do something like compost on a larger scale. And that is to have enough elevation drop so that these swales and the culverts can actually convey the water down to, there's some inlets down in 13th Street. And there's actually a storm system that carries it into that pond back there. And then outputs it to the
So that is this design?
That's what this will do, yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that was, I didn't. So I'll make a motion to bring up second floor.
Yeah, comments on number 7.
Rick Cody, Untitled Beach. Obviously, I know a lot about this particular stretch of the roadway because I live there. This project was done in 2015 or about a year after I moved in. So that's when it was initially done. The thing was that part of the drawing was to, the original plan was to catch the water coming down from higher elevations as it came down to Flagler Avenue and keep them in the swales, and they would supposedly, dissipate into the ground. Well, then they found out that the city found out that they could made a land swap with the county to get the land where that pond is because that used to belong to the county. So instead of retaining the water, what they're trying to do is capture the water so it doesn't go straight into the coastal dirt. So the idea is to capture it, hold it in that swale for a little while, and let it just sink into the ground, go back. And then if it were to overflow, if it get to a certain height, and then it would go into a drain and go into the intercoastal anyway. But the sediment would stay in the swales. Well, when what they're doing now is actually created double retention by putting that pond in place. So now the water fills up the ditches almost immediately, and then it sits there and sits there and sits there because the drain is probably 8 inches above the height of the water in the ditch. So it has to overfill until it goes into the drain. So what happened was when they did this project, they dug it too deep. So now sometimes on a big full moon, you have water in the ditches. And it hadn't rained a drop. It came up through the ground. So that leads me to another point. Unless they actually fill in that swale to some degree so that the water travels down and gets into those storm drains and into that retention pond. Otherwise, it doesn't work well. There's one of my properties has water in the ditch 3 days out of the year, day after day after day. As far as this backflow preventer, I don't think that's anything it would do have any effect on water coming back from the intercoastal. It's supposed to keep the water from coming up and out of the storm drains. But even once it gets to that height, it's already made it across people's yards and it's going to be out there anyway. So that's really a waste of money, and so is the rest of it, unless they fill in those spares and make it travel downhill. It's supposed to.
Thank you. Any other comments? Maybe we'll bring it back to the board.
I make a motion to approve number 7 on the consent. I make a motion to approve number 7 on the consent agenda.
Got a motion in a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just wondering, Matt, before we vote, would we be able to put his thoughts on what Rick was saying?
I think that's what Lee was talking about in the first place.
Yes.
He indicated that it's not percolating, and that's why they're designing it so that it flows.
Yeah, the engineers have looked at all of this, and I disagree that it wouldn't help to have these gable valves, I call them, because I can show you where the water's backing up from the coastal, and that's what these valves are designed to do. So we can sit here and try to re-engineer things, but we have a design, the engineers signed off on it, and the staff recommends we proceed.
Okay. I got a motion in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Number 10, it was just a typo that I thought needed to be fixed, and I think Liz is aware of it. Under budgetary impact, it says that health insurance for all departments would be in the 21-22 budget, it should be the 22-23 budget.
That's an important catch. So that's correct.
Do you have any other comments on this item? Any comments from the public on this item? Going back to the board for motion?
No,
Sorry.
wait,
I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Oh, but he's tall, I didn't see it.
And the orange
I thought you were running a coffee.
I wish, Clifton Parker, South Flagler Avenue. About 30 feet, 40 feet down from the end of my property is an outlet to the intercoastal. And we had talked about a backflow preventer there before.
It's on the wrong item.
We're talking about health insurance.
What's that?
We're talking about health insurance.
Oh, I'm sorry, thought we were still on that one. I apologize. I missed it. Anyways.
I wanted to know what you were talking about health insurance.
No, sorry.
Clay, you can bring that up under this.
The second man. I make a motion to approve number 10 on the consent agenda.
A motion in a second?
As amended.
As amended, sorry. Yes.
A motion in a second, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? See none, the motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and this is also just an adjustment. If you read this, we have used the employee assistance program through Dr. Townsend for many years. And I think it's a wonderful program to have. We've also used them to evaluate our new police officers or potential new police officers. And now we're also using them for the fire department. But in background, because it only said police reports. So again, I said it was fire reports.
Any comments from the public? See none, bring it back to you.
Make a motion to approve number 11 on the
A motion in a second, all in favor, say aye.
As amended.
As amended, sorry.
You didn't amend the contract, it's not as amended, it was just a commentary on the
Okay.
staff report, so the contract is still the same.
Either one.
Whatever.
The motion carries unanimously, we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
think we have a presentation from FDOT, and our friend is here.
I forgot about that.
Oh, you forgot the flash drive?
Yeah, that was a month ago
A
we
month
talked
ago
about
before
that.
vacation? Okay, so give us just a minute, we'll get the flash drive. So introduce yourself, and then we'll go from there. Yep.
So, alright, so hi, good evening, I'm Chris Brown with the Florida Department of Transportation. I am the land operations engineer, so I am new to that position. I've been there, I think, 4 months. And so I was here a couple of weeks ago with Rodney and Faith. They were talking about, some of the other things that are continuing to occur, in the area, and this is kind of a follow-up to that. And what we're doing with the department, as we continue to do, is to look at ways to fortify the dunes, and to keep the dunes maintained so they function properly. And part of that functioning is to protect A1A, to protect the facility, the asset. And so for several years, we've been looking at some types of vegetation that would be appropriate to plant on the dunes. And so as we were looking at these specific areas, we looked at both Volusia County and Flagler County. And the project in Volusia County has already started. I don't know if you drive through Volusia County, probably seen, I haven't been through the corridor since the contractor, I think, installed some silk fence to protect some of the small plants. But anyway, you'll see some of those areas if you drive towards Volusia County. And then our plan is up in Flagler County at the area of the wall, so north of here. I'm not quite sure how far north of here, but it is.
17 or 18?
Yes, 18, going up to right into Beverly Beach.
Yes.
The area of the wall is where we're interested in doing some dune protection and some planting. And what we learned when we started the project in Volusia County was that maybe there were some types of vegetation or plants that may be more appropriate in Flagler County than what we were planting in Volusia County. So our proposal of kind of that cookie cutter approach that we started with wasn't going to work for us up in this northern section of where the wall is. And so talking with Mr. Winston and his team, we took a deep breath and took a step back and reevaluated the proposed palette for the plantings. And so I do have some photos to show tonight of what we're interested in. And it's a combination of what they call a dune mix, which is kind of naturally occurring wildflowers, as well as some types of vegetation that are kind of low growing, that get bushier with that root system and stabilize the dunes. And also the turf parking, which is hard to do.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, while Kenny's queuing this up, I'd just like to say how much I appreciate Chris and the approach she and her team have taken. It's been a joy to work with her ever since she started 4 months ago. She's been great, heard all kinds of complaints and questions from us, and she's just rolled with it. And she's done a good job in putting together this program, and felt like it was important for you, given your interest in the dunes and the rank that the dune structure not only places in our strategic plan, but obviously the asset that the state of Florida has in A1A. And I thought this was an important presentation for her to come forward.
Okay, the question I have, I'm looking at some of the photos here. I'm looking at the height and the spread. And that's some of the questions that would certainly come to mind with a lot of folks. Is just where would some of the vegetation be placed and how high some of these can go, because I'm looking at the roof area here at a height of 6 to 8 feet. Yeah, we can go ahead and sure.
That slide. So I mean, I think there were all 8 slides here. So that's me. That's Chris. And then so the next slide goes into the project location, which is south of 18th Street to just that Beverly Beach area. Okay, so, here we go. So the goal, we talked a little bit about that. You know, parking is, when folks park on the dunes, that's very hard on the dunes. So our goal is to get some of these low-growing plants established so the vehicles don't get a welcoming area for parking. And then stabilizing the dunes by anchoring the sand in place, that's where we're going to get from that root structure, and also providing a habitat protection and food for species of coastal wildlife. So there are many broad-reaching benefits for this plan. And so that's the corridor there that we're looking at from that area of 18th Street to just into the town of Beverly, Kentucky, or right there at the city limit lines. And I guess that encompasses the whole area of the where the wall is currently constructed. And so this slide just goes into a little bit more detail of the begin and end point there. And then here, this is where. So these were the original, and we didn't get the big no signs here, so sorry. Y'all didn't get my copy. So these were the original plans that FDOT had proposed for the area. And after discussions with the city and the county, we took a step back and decided we wanted to find some other plants that would be more appropriate for the area and to meet the concerns of residents and visitors on the A1A corridor. So that is not going to be what's planned. That is what we had planned. So sorry you didn't get the version that there are people about it. So the next slide. Oh, see, these guys are too sophisticated. They know I like simple slides. All right. So these are a couple of options that the registered landscape architect has proposed that are lower growing and bushier than like a tall palmetto or things like that. And they would be installed, I think it's a 7-gallon size installation, which is about 2.5 feet, it's fairly low. And they're what the RLA considers moderate growth rate. Now, I don't know exactly what that means. Honestly, I don't. But from my perspective, once the plants get established, then we can work with our asset maintenance contractor to have them maintained at an elevation that is going to deter the parking and also stabilize the beam and allow that visual sight line to the ocean. And so these are the two proposed substitutions from the other ones. And I'm thinking, is it the Bay Cedar that I got confused? There was one I think that the city recommended over the other one. I'm sorry, I didn't write that down on my notes.
I don't have the slide, but yeah, we didn't want the one that was taller.
Okay, all right, that's fine. So I think I'll circle back with you and get that correct. So that was me. I thought I finished my notes, but I haven't. So that's where we are. Like I say, the Volusia County portion has been installed. But you will see the salt palmettos down there. You will see those other types of plants that you will not see up here in the wall.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah. Okay. You know, there have been plants planted on the dunes in the past that nobody knew what when they first got planted. And so they died. I know it seems strange to water plants on the beach, but obviously it's necessary. Is that part of the plan?
So this particular contract with the contractor is interesting because we were trying to plan quantities and a plan for a coastal area that's dynamic. So we did it as what we consider a work document contract. So we were
able to, so we were able to adjust the quantities at the time of planting. And then the contract itself has a 2-year establishment period. So it's the contractor's responsibility to nurse these plants along and make sure they thrive and they're healthy.
Thank you.
And that includes watering, and that includes watering.
I know when I first heard about watering plants, I thought that was the silliest thing I ever heard.
It's counterintuitive, yes.
Is it Lewisburger that your support contractor that would be involved, or is this a different contractor?
This is a different contractor, and I ought to know their name, and I do not. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. But it's the contractor that's planting it, responsibility to keep them stabilized.
Correct. And Lewisburger is a partner with ODC in the department, and Lewisburger will be assisting, because at the end of the 2-year period, Lewisburger will inherit the area.
No, I just wanted to say that the height is important to the people who live across the street.
Absolutely.
You know, we've been hearing about no palmetto for years, and sea grapes and things that grow really tall. So that's what the issue is.
And thank you for bringing that to our attention. It's much easier to correct it before something's planted than after the fact. And so I appreciate the city and county reaching out to us and saying, hey, let's look at what you're doing here. And so that really is a good thing.
And we appreciate your cooperation with that. That's great.
So, while having low growth or visibility is good, I do want to remind all our citizens that you have to have, my voice is terrible. You gotta have height at the top of the dunes to catch us. We actually, when we went through this before, we had the same citizens that were complaining they wanted line of sight were the same citizens, not all of them. Some of them were the same ones that were complaining the dune was putting up their yard. It was blowing across the street. It was blowing across the street because there was nothing to catch it. So these will grow, 10 plus feet high. They won't go over 15, but you have 2 options. You have something capable of catching blowing sand, or you have a dune in your driveway and no dune on the beach. So there's got to be a give and take there. We don't need 20, 30 foot softball minnows, but we do have to have 5 to 10 feet in height to catch blowing sand. That's how you build the dune. Is it blows, it's gone, falls to the ground. If you could even hear any of that.
Well, the ones that were selected, they said that it would be 5 to 15 and 5 to 10.
And I believe as the plants start to establish, we'll be able to work together to kind of find that perfect height that's going to meet these expectations that we set forward.
I think it's great.
Okay, open up for public comment.
Good evening, Dennis Bear, 109 South 6th Street. I'm very familiar with what they've done down in Volusia County. I drive every day up and down. And I guess one of the questions I have, I understand people don't like salt palmettos, but the 2 species that you just showed aren't naturally, that I'm aware of, occurring in this area. So are they cold tolerant? Are they something from South Florida that may not work up here? And when I was negotiating between the county and a lot of the folks on the south side for the easements, I did hear that time and time again, no sea grapes because I don't want my view blocked, but the cedars are going to get up to 15 feet tall. So I don't see much difference there, particularly for something that's not naturally occurring. Is the soil going to be correct? And I'm not the arborist, but I would just caution because a lot of the stuff they planted in Volusia County is already dying. Either being getting watered, it's getting run over. Cars are still parked in there because now they put up some crime scene tape that people still drive through it. So, and I'm not downplaying DOT. This needs to be done. 100% needs to be done. Let's make sure we have something that's going to thrive and it's not going to freeze out in the wintertime like the cocoa plum. I've never heard of that this far north. just do your homework before spending a lot of money and have stuff that just dies out like we've seen before. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Little South 27, Dennis is correct. If you take A18 down to Volusia, they planted about 2 months ago. The majority of them are dead. I think it was because of the watering. I didn't see anybody in the watering. I guess they assumed we were going to get rain, but now they put a silk fence in front of them so you can't even see them. That's one thing. And while we have the DOT here, I wonder maybe the board can ask a question. Adam from the Army Corps of Engineers said after the dredging of all the sand is done, that a rope barrier would be put on A1A. And we always talk about the rope barriers on A1A, but the Army Corps of Engineers said they're going to put it in. So I know we were discussing the legality of putting the rope barriers in with the DOT. Do they allow it? We don't know what they want. But the Army Corps of Engineers said they're doing it as soon as they're done. So I think that's a lead. That's what I think. Thank you.
Any other comments?
So I guess,
Sure, you can respond.
Sorry, and so what we found in Volusia County is that, it's an education process for the residents and the visitors. It's an education process for the residents and the visitors there along that corridor. So the contractor put up the silk fence to protect the plants because people were driving over these small plants that were planted. And, folks that lived across the street, they were out trying to police it and say, don't park there, don't park there. And so eventually we got there to have a solution that protected the plants where they are, where they do grow large enough to be that physical barrier for cars. But all of these are really valid comments, and we do have folks that are helping us at the department. I'm not a landscape architect, but we do have landscape architects on, under contract that are helping us.
We learn lessons learned.
Yes.
Question. Sure. Now, I'm sure you know, or the architects know, that Flagler County is a different environmental area than Volusia. That's where they DEP has cut off. You have different institutions than they do. So it's something to take into consideration.
Well, that's why she was saying that whatever they learned down there, they learned that it didn't work.
And I think some of the things we've learned just on the interstate plannings is that the temperature differential, as we start to get into Flagler County, you don't think it's a lot, but even a few degrees is a big difference for some of these plants. I'll circle back with our landscape architects and just double check about the temperatures. And it does get colder up here.
Yeah, I forget our zone classification, but we are in a different environmental zone.
But we are partners in this, and so we have the same end game. Really, we do. So we'll continue to work with the city staff here and keep everybody posted. And
I'll say again, Chris and her team have been phenomenal. I think we could work well.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We appreciate you helping green up the city.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to the next slide, which is on the
Good evening, Dennis Bear again. I'm here seeking a reduction in a lien that was imposed on property that was owned by Mrs. Sprott. This goes back, the decline in the property started around the time we had the hurricanes in 2004. Mrs. Sprott has been a client of mine for many years. She was an elderly, single person, lived by herself. She has one son who's a veterinarian up in Georgia. We tried to help her. I recall when these road issues first came about, because I was doing her estate planning, she was in a state of decline mentally. She was on Social Security, fixed income. She did not have hurricane insurance, wind insurance, when we had the damage from the 04 hurricanes. That's when she started having the issues. Lane Tower, did quite a work for it. Something that I thought that was unusual, I was reading through the packet, in the minutes from the actual code hearing when the fines were imposed on the property, Elaine Coward, who was a code enforcement officer at the time, said that she contacted DCF for reasons because she was an elderly lady living by herself, as well as the victim advocates to see why Mrs. Sprott didn't show up for the code hearing. You know, my position is she probably just forgot about it because of where she was in life. Her son was not aware of what was going on. He did come down, ultimately fixed the problem about 2.5 years after the code lien was imposed, 3 years. In the meantime, we got about $300,000 in code violations that had accrued. The son was not aware that it was occurring, and we recently, Mrs. Sprott has now passed away. Property was titled now in her son's name. We had a contract to basically demolish the house, sell the property. The person was going to put a $350,000 house on the lot. When the house was demolished, Dr. Sprott made very certain that the oak trees on the property were protected. The plans for the new house were going to protect the oak trees. Unfortunately, that contract has now fallen through because of delays. The lender would not wait any longer, but the buyer that we had would be interested in coming back and looking at the property again, reapplying for a loan to build a house on the property. So I'm asking, I know it's a significant reduction. I did talk to Dr. Sprott this afternoon. We're willing to, if the city would accept a lower sum of $3,400, then Dr. Sprott also wanted to make a donation to the lifeguard program here. He was a lifeguard in Volusia County 1971 to 1973. So the lifeguard program has always been something that's been very near and dear to his heart. We'd like to make a $2,000 donation to the city's lifeguard program in addition to the $3,400. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And to be honest, we did the code. Whenever we do a closing, we do a lien search. And it's not uncommon to get a lien come back with unpaid utilities at $500 or $600 or something like that. But when we saw it was over $300,000, my initial reaction is there must be a couple of extra zeros on that, and it didn't do that high. It's about double what the lot is worth right now. So we're just asking for some consideration by the city so we can get the property now, get a house on there, get some tax revenues back to the city.
Yeah, I'll start out. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And even though I empathize with Dr. Sprott, where has Dr. Sprott been all these years? I mean, and I'm not going to try to talk about the family and all this, but I mean, the cost that I'm looking at is how much did it cost the city to service this all these years? Because there had to be some code violation that had to be administered out. We sent out letters.
You had a code board, just for clarity, there was not a magistrate back in this case.
Code board. But I mean, to ask for, what is it, 1% of, to pay the city 1% of $300,000 is a big deal. But it's just my feelings. What were the initial violations anyway?
It was, and that's something I asked Dennis to make sure he presented in his presentation because, and I'll give you my perspective if you don't mind. As somebody who prosecutes these generally, occasionally advises boards, but also sits as a code enforcement magistrate by statute, you have to consider each of these on their merits. And one of the things the statute requires us to consider when we're considering lien reductions is mitigating factors. And here, and I reviewed my file too because it was some time ago, and reminded myself of many things Dennis presented here. This was not somebody who was flaunting the law. I don't care what the law says, I'm not going to do it. That was not this case. This was somebody who had mental issues going on. So that's number one. I do think you're spot on in considering costs of code enforcement, but part of this one, actually, in reviewing my file, my involvement was fairly low. I can't speak for your staff, and I know Elaine, remember working with Elaine, I know Elaine probably worked with Ms. Sprott as much as she was able to, but when you're dealing with somebody who's struggling at that point, it often does take a lot of staff's time. So I'm sure there was staff time invested, not so much because of the need for prosecution, but because of the efforts to try to get somebody help. We had several of these cases back when Elaine was good.
She had 2 properties with the same issue.
And
one was cleaned up.
That was the one with the roof, and that one went on for a long time.
And that one was resolved. So that one's been taken care of, and there is no pending lien issue on that particular property. So the son didn't get involved. He got involved in 2013, about the time that I think they put her in ALF because of her decline at that point. That's when he did get involved. He not realized the state of decline initially and took it upon himself to make sure everything was correct.
But part of whenever I see a code enforcement case where the lien has accrued to this amount, it's because you have a lien working on autopilot. You have that, as you did in this case, $250 a day until compliance, and then especially when you're dealing with somebody with cognitive decline, you get it as well as you can, you mitigate, and then you let it just kind of ride. So there probably really and truly, there was no time with mine involved, and probably once Ms. Pratt was no longer in the house, no time with staff involved. So this was just because you see a high lien does not equate to a high code enforcement cost. And so your typical code enforcement liens, I would say, I deal with ones, well, in St. Cloud where I get to do reductions, if they're over $50,000, I make a recommendation to their commission. If it's under $50,000, I can make the reduction on my own, weighing those factors. So that kind of gives you a range though of what's considered a lower code enforcement lien and a higher, and it's 50. 300 is a lot. And my concern looking at this from an outside perspective, because it's not my decision to make obviously in this one, is if you have a $300,000 lien and there isn't something done to make this property marketable, it's going to sit and be stagnant, and that's not a good result for anybody. So that's something that, again, if I were sitting in your shoes making the decision in St. Cloud, that's something I'd be weighing too, is how do I get a new property owner who wants to be here into this property?
The other thing I look at, and I'll let Commissioner speak in a second, is what type of precedent do we set here at this particular point? Because if
none. Each case is weighed on its own. That by statute, each case is weighed on its own merits.
Okay, that's the only question I had. Commissioner Cooley, I think there's some comments.
Can I make one other quick observation? The initial amount of the totaling was $2,250, which I think reflects the staff time and the cost and things. That's usually calculated up at the time the code hearing goes forward, so that would reflect the Elaine's time and the cost of mailing and certified mail. So I just wanted to add that if you don't mind.
Okay,
the comments I have are a little bit different. I think I have no idea this was so long ago, but I would assume that a lot of the staff time was spent more on focusing on humanitarian problems that was going on with this case. I would be fine with just recovering the original fine, which is $22.50. The time since then, and anything else, is that what Drew said, that's the autopilot. The original fine was $22.50, and that's where I'm at. I don't even see any reason to justify getting 37. If we get our original fine back, I'm good. And then everyone, including us and the property owner, can move on and do something productive with it. Back on tax rolls, improve it, something that will benefit the city. To do anything past that, I think it's just excessive.
Yeah, I'm not quite that nice. I remember when we had a code enforcement board, and they were very lovely residents that were on this board. And I'm going to say 90% of the cases, they were like, oh, he's a nice guy, or she's a nice lady, and she didn't need to do that, so we're not even going to put a fine. So when I saw this, and I remember this particular case, I was like, okay, just that'd be bad, because they actually put a fine on it, which they didn't usually do. I agree, $300,000 is way out of line at this point, and we do want to move on. But I think it needs to be more. I haven't got a number. I don't know what the actual number is, but I think we need to get more than 37.50 or more than the 22.50 that the original fine was. The fact that I didn't know, it was Dr. Scott was a co-owner of this property from what I read in here, and paid no attention to it.
He was not co-owner of this property.
Inherited. He was not owner of the property.
He was co-owner of the 1200. He was not co-owner of 20,000.
This one? Okay. Yeah, I read that. Okay. I guess my bottom line is, I'm not willing to cut it down that much. I agree with 300,000 plus is a lot.
So, a few questions, what are the violations, what were the violations on the property? This is the first question.
Accumulation of trash and rubbish and debris.
I think it was a vehicle that they got towed away early on, and it was just the trees that blew down. There was some
She was a hoarder.
damage that didn't get cleaned up, and it was
going outside of that.
Okay, and then you say Mr. Sprague inherited this property?
That is correct.
Does he continue, is he paying taxes on
Oh, yeah.
property taxes?
It's mowed twice a month. It's been cleared. The house was demolished with permit. We went through all the process, paid the cleaning fee, paid somebody to maintain it, didn't cut down the trees, did everything he could to preserve the character of the property by removing the house completely. So again, he got in touch with the city and did everything he could.
And that's when the ticker stopped in 2013. Is when he demolished the house.
Correct. Once we got involved, we realized how bad it was. The notices were going to Mrs. Sprott's post office box.
So he was not aware?
He was not aware.
He wasn't an owner of the home, and the code enforcement requires you send the notices to the owner.
And another question. Sorry, I don't know what it is. But I agree. I think it's hard to come up with a number. I'm not sure. I don't know if 37. You kept saying 3,400. Did you mean 3,750?
3,750. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure.
When was the lien first recognized that there was such a high amount of $300,000?
The lien was put on in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
The property was brought into compliance in 2013.
Right.
After that, Dr. Sprott inherited the property. So I don't know that he had any idea until the title search. He certainly didn't tell us and say, hey, we're ready to sell the property. We have it closed. It wasn't until we did the lien search that we realized that it accumulated up to over $300,000.
Right. So the title company, which happened to be Mr. Bear's office, sent the estoppel request to us, and we do the background to see if there's any outstanding assessments, liens, open permits, all the above, and that's when we discovered it and called Dennis and Drew to let them know, hey, they're probably going to be requesting a reduction. So.
Here's a legal question. The judgment has to be renewed every so many years. Does the lien have
20? It's good for 20.
I have another question. Just humanitarian type of questions. Was the ticker continuing at $250 a day even after her death until the son inherited the property and took care of it?
It was over.
The ticker continued until the house was demolished and the lot was cleaned up.
Okay.
That's when the violation was corrected.
I'm just thinking this poor old lady's dead, and here she is getting $250 a day tacked on every single day.
Don't think she was aware of.
I don't think, like I said, her definitely declining mental condition. I don't think she had an idea of.
She didn't. I think she lived in the South Daytona residence, and that was storage for her. You'd see her car. Her car would be busting at the seams with her collections.
Yeah, and like I said, we tried to help her out. BCF got involved. I mean, it was. She never called to say, "Hey, I got a notice to go to the code hearing," and she didn't show up. So it was, again, I think it's a very unusual circumstance. I certainly don't think it qualifies any kind of precedent for somebody else to come in unless they have something very similar. But it was a very unfortunate set of circumstances.
So what we're dealing with is a fine of $2,250, and then anything after that it becomes punitive for not paying. More or less as
Not for not paying. It's punitive for not curing the violation.
Correct. And the person that gets stuck with this punitive punishment is the person who inherited it. That wasn't the cause, didn't own. I don't know the specifics, but I can tell you that that ever happened to me, you get caught incited by something like that, I would be asking for the same thing. And it's just a shame that they would communicate anything against somebody inheriting something that then they went and cleaned it all up. Has been maintaining it, taxes, they haven't done anything wrong. If this was something that would have continued, let's say this person who inherited this property kept a lot looking like crap. That's a different story. But to me, I'm at a point of why punish somebody who's trying to follow the rules.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what's
One question is the intent for your client to build a home and reside in this home on this property?
Now, my client, when he retires, will probably take over the 1,200, the other property. This property, like I said, we got a contract.
You're gonna sell it?
We had a contract with a construction loan. Construction loan was over $500,000 with about, I think, $375,000 to $400,000 of that was to construct a nice home on the property. There's a gentleman from Sanford who's going to use it as his retirement home and come over here. So that was the contract we had in place. Like I said, the lender got tired of waiting and pulled the loan. So he would have to go back and reapply and do a new contract and get started over.
But if I can just make sure one point is clear, because I had asked a similar question and I'd gotten it wrong the first time you told me. The buyer is intending to build and live. Your client is not building and flipping.
Correct. He's not building and flipping. He's going to keep the other property as his intention.
So here's a straw man. I'm not trying to make a decision. I'm just throwing something out for you to consider. You take a look at the recommended settlement, $37.50, and you triple it because of the cure time, the excessive time that it's taken to deal with all this. You have a figure of $11,250. Given the economic scenario, that may be palatable to both parties. I don't know, but it was just the thought that came to my mind. So I just throw it out there.
I mean, I don't look at it as punitive to the current owner inherited, because it was enforcing something that we have on the books to the previous owner that didn't comply with the ordinance. And I understand that there were some cognitive issues and these kinds of things going on, but I mean, that's, I hate to say it, that's business. That's what it is. Yeah. So, I am not okay with just the 35. I would be more amenable to something around maybe 10,000. And then just,
But that's just.
For what it's worth, I'll give you a lesson learned on, again, when I had a reduction in front of me and the parties couldn't agree to a number in front of me, so I said, well, if you can't agree, I'm not going to enter an order. It came back to me the next month, and they still couldn't agree. The second time around, I got wise. I said, you know what? I'm going to give you the number I think is right. So I think even if, Dennis and city manager may be apart, I think if you can give a number that makes sense to you as a commission, I think it does ultimately help everybody, because at least let's finish go back to this client with a number and say, this is the number we got for reduction. If it's not the number they asked for, you can still say, I know it's not the number you were hoping for, but this is the number we got. Tell me what you'd like to do. So at least keep the thing moving forward, if you will come to some resolution.
okay, well, Commissioner Coney wants to keep it under the 2,700. Commissioner Miller, the other cost.
I was thinking of cutting the 300,000 in the quarter. Now, I'm sorry. I had a father that had Alzheimer's, and I took care of what needed to be taken care of, not him physically, but his finances. If I had a mother that, first of all, I didn't know she was in cognitive decline, that's a sad situation that we didn't know, which is what you said. So I don't look at this as being punitive to him, because he didn't do his job as his son. So now he gets the property and he gets to make money he doesn't want to pay for what should have been done before. I agree, 300,000 is way out of line. So I don't
You guys pick a number and I'll decide. I know, it's really hard. I'm just gonna say a number. I'm gonna say $10,000. Which includes the 2,000 for, to the lifeguards.
So that would be 8,000 paid to the city and 2,000 donated to the lifeguard.
That's correct. That's the number I'm gonna.
Can we legally ask that?
It's our lifeguard program.
You can ask anything you want.
Donation mandatory?
It's part of it. This is a settlement agreement. This is an agreement.
Yeah, your magistrate now is letting people do beach cleanup instead of paying fines. I mean, you know, you've got some creativity.
So that's the number I'm gonna throw.
Okay, so I guess the question back to you, sir, is that if something around $8,000 to $10,000 is something that you think your client would be interested in?
I do. I mean, I can call in, step outside, and come back in about 2 minutes if I want to.
I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, let me just call him right now.
You said 11,000, sir.
You answered too quickly.
Any discussion?
On this item?
Okay, I think we have that.
Oh, no, I mean,
You just turned it off.
yeah. No, that. Yes.
I guess one of the things I was asking, do we have any other properties that may be in this type of a situation?
Possibly. I mean,
We've had so much turnover in code enforcement officers, it's hard to say. And really, we find out about them typically when somebody just like this one comes in with the stop request. Oh, but that was an active case. Yeah, Paul's the fines are abated on that because they're working forward. But something going back like this, where we had the code enforcement board and 3 or 4 code enforcement officers since then.
We had
their
one.
Property that has never been closed out. I don't know.
We had one off Moody Lane about 10 years ago. Remember, same issue.
Yeah.
What was the price on that one?
And we
I
had
don't
one,
remember.
where the man eventually got to be able to call in.
That was one I was thinking about
Oh,
earlier.
and we
and
took
one,
that.
I think DCF came in on
Yeah.
that one too and pulled them out of the home.
Yeah, that was definitely the
Mrs. Sprott was a character. God bless her. I'd go to the post office to pick up the mail. Hi, Mrs. Sprott, and she'd have her blue eyebrows on. And she, well, thank you so much, dear, for coming and visiting me. Come back again. You know?
For what it's worth, to the question, and just so you're all aware, in case you hear from community members or you see it for yourself, actually it's a condominium, so it's unlikely you'd see it for yourself or anybody who doesn't live there. But I actually had a call today and from a lawyer who represents the condominium association, and he had talked to John earlier in the day just to let us know that they do have a hoarding situation. So we do have not this situation with the fines, but it looks like we will be dealing with another hoarding situation. And as far as code, those are the most difficult to deal with in the code enforcement level because, again, you're not dealing with somebody who's doing it because they don't care what the law says. Many of them that I've worked with, dealt with, they care a lot what the law says. It's, in fact, this being recovery months, they cannot help themselves. And the harder they try, the worse they make it sometimes. They know the harder we try as code enforcement to help. You know, I've had code enforcement officers that were there once a week knocking on the door before he realized that, you know what, I think I'm making it worse because I think every time I come and she starts thinking about it, then she just brings 5 more things because now it's back in the front of her brain. So it's just an impossible and very sad situation.
I know which one that is because the neighbor called me 2 weeks ago. And they've been to the health department and everywhere else and it just activated a little bit.
And that one, from what I heard from the lawyer this morning, is DCF isn't there yet. You know, DCF has their boxes they check before they'll get involved, and that's something that I told him this morning that sometimes through code enforcement we can help. We can't check all of them for DCF, but we can help with a couple of things. That's happened. The guy in the roof, DCF was, we can't do anything. We got far enough in the code enforcement process, and we were copying DCF on everything we were doing. And finally, DCF said, "Okay, we're coming in." And so sometimes it helps.
It would be nice to see if our city could step in and reach out to other relatives when we see that fines are accumulating at $250 a day for 3 years. and we know that there's a mental issue.
There were letters sent out.
We may or may not know where family members are, that from code enforcement, we're working off of what's on the tax rolls. And so unless there is somebody associated with that tax bill, sometimes code enforcement often has no way of finding out where somebody's family members are. Especially like with this one where they're not coming to the hearing. There's a lot of,
Say if there's a will, there's a way.
there are a lot of challenges with code enforcement. Well, one of the ways that some places might do something like that is running David on tag. That's something that the street will tell you don't do here because the law forbids whatever it says. So we're very limited on what we can use. Some of those things that the police department might use to do a trace, well, we can't use them to do it. And some departments do, but they're breaking the law.
Just be patient, my brother, just go ahead and get this kind of resolved and then come back and. We'll take a 5-minute break. Just go ahead and take about a 5-minute break and,
Okay, we're back from break.
Back from break and, well, we can be.
We've got a deal.
Okay, sir.
And I appreciate, again, my client said he appreciates the board's willingness to reduce the amount, and we'll have it paid in 30 days.
Okay, I still have to bring it back.
Right, there never was a formal motion, I think it was numbered
Yeah,
around.
the number. So, what is the number, sir?
$10,000.
And that was, if it's what Debbie
Yeah.
proposed, it was $8,000. The motion would be to approve the reduction of the lien to $10,000, with $8,000 to be paid to the city and $2,000 that to be donated to the junior lifeguards program. Is that the program? Or the lifeguard program? Which lifeguard program?
Yes, I will make a motion to reduce the amount of the lien to $10,000, $8,000 will pay off the lien, and $2,000 will go to our lifeguard program.
And that's to be paid within 30 days?
That's to be paid within 30 days.
I'll second.
You have to press it, right?
That's
You should make a motion.
That's
I don't know what you did now. What do you do now?
Pass it to you. Next closest person.
So we have a motion and a second. Are there any comments from the public, please? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, I close public comment. And I think we should have a roll call vote.
Sure. Commissioner Cooley?
No.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Since you passed it, Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Yes.
Acting Chair Mealy?
No.
It's a tie. It's a
So
tie.
the motion passes.
No, it fails.
Yes, that's what I thought. Somebody said it passed.
Is there more discussion? They can, they could table.
So what else?
I'll make a motion for next meeting.
Does that impact your client though, Dennis? Is that more painful for your client?
We just can't proceed to market properly. That's one issue. I will not be here for the next meeting because
For what it's worth,
we want to pay for it.
even, and I understand your no vote on that. It may be more harmful, it may cause more harm to his client than the inability to market right now. To get a property on market could be more harmful than what you're trying to save. Because the market is squirrely right now.
Right. I'm going to change it.
So
Is that a
start
motion?
over again?
Well, you could do one of two things. It could be start over again, or it could be if somebody voted no to the last, makes a motion to reconsider.
I'll make a motion to reconsider.
Is there a second to that?
Second. First thing you do is vote on the motion to reconsider.
Okay, so
That could be a voice vote.
any public comment?
You don't have to have public comment on that.
Try not to skip any steps. Just the voice vote.
Voice vote is fine.
Okay, all those in favor of reconsider? So, aye. Anyone opposed? Yes. So 3-1.
So now it's back on the table. If there's any more discussion, you can have that discussion, or you would proceed to vote again on the original motion, which Commissioner Phillips.
Any other further comments?
No.
Did we make the motion over?
No, you're back to that motion. It is back on the table. It doesn't have to be retained.
So we had a motion and a second for $10,000, $8,000 to go to the lien, $2,000 to go to the lifeguard program.
Want another roll call?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
No.
Carried 3-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to item number 14.
Third. Oh no, we are on 14. Okay, so this one, if you don't mind, I will carry this one.
Sure.
Mr. Chimento is unable to be here tonight, but I told him that was fine. I understood this well enough to present. If you remember, was it earlier this year or last year, on the original
From the consent.
vacation. So last year we vacated certain liens on, actually the adjacent property, or not liens, vacated easements for well sites on the property adjacent to this. We were reconfiguring how that was going to run. So they gave us new well sites. We gave up the old well sites that hadn't been developed yet, and the line moved to conform to the new well sites that we had. Well, and there's a Tremento working for a different client, not the same one that we were dealing with on that reconfiguration of well sites. He discovered that there were also easements related to the same original transaction for well sites on the adjacent property. Well, that well line has moved the opposite direction, and there is no need for those potential well sites or well lines anymore. We did confirm that with the city staff and the engineer. There is no need for these easements that we have. So, Mr. Chimento, that's what this is, just asking for us to abandon those unneeded well sites or well site easements that we do not intend to use. So that's all this is.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners have any comments on the item? No questions? Open up the public comment. Anyone would like to address this item? See, then we'll bring that to the board.
And just for a clear record, in case people who are watching, so I shouldn't leave this part out. These well sites originally were donated, so it's not like we paid something for them that we're not getting. These were donated well sites.
And I did ask, Mr. Whitson whether we would still have enough land for whatever wells we would need to build in the future, and he said yes.
Motion for partial termination of an easement leading to our well.
Second.
Got a motion in the second. I can do a roll call on that.
Catching up, hold on.
I think we
You did, none was offered. Commissioner Cooley?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. And motion carries. Next item is number 15, and that was to, that's the table.
No, you tabled 16.
16 and 15 is still up.
And Katie received a phone call from Miss Powell. She was not able to attend. She's not feeling well this evening. Still interested in the position, just not able to attend. And she is a current member, was asking for renewal.
the way this is one people that like.
This has Robert Cunningham, Angela Smith.
Bear with me 1 second. I'm thinking about it.
And I know Patty's on the personnel.
Yeah, she wasn't expired.
Right.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay. So it's just the truth.
Actually, this is what happens when I don't prepare the stuff. Because I was thinking.
Patty doesn't expire till.
She doesn't expire. I was just checking to see if Miss Smith actually applied for both. She did.
So we just have Robert Cunningham
And Miss Smith. So.
Ms. Smith.
And there is one seat, just one seat available, open right now. So if you could, yeah, mark your sheets and.
Mr. Cunningham is here, so you want to tell us about you, other than your event?
Yeah, so I'm Bob Cunningham, Northwest Street, Fiverr Beach. I've worked for a variety of companies, settlement review, personnel review boards, both yearly reviews and disciplinary reviews for major corporations, Fortune 50, Fortune 500 companies, international companies.
No, your resume looks good.
Okay. Any questions, anyone? Okay. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Any other comments?
You have another applicant here as well.
She left.
Oh, did she? Okay. Yeah, we're fortunate that this board doesn't need to meet very often. It should be meeting once a year just to appoint chair and go over the rules and everything. I think that might have slid to the side, but we'll get back on it. But yes, this is only in the need when an employee has been received some type of punishment or letter of ill review and they're appealing it to the personnel board. So we haven't had that in forever. Yeah. And you guys can move on to.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which has been pulled, which is number 16 for the economic development task force, and we'll move on to 17, which is applicant John Woodard. I did see it here. Oh, there it is. Good evening. Good evening, John. How you doing? Doing all right.
And if you would like, I'd update you from the planning board since Attorney Smith wasn't there. The planning board's recommendation for the Golden Magnolia was approval, but it was with limitations on it. They said they currently only have speakers that stream mood music. It's not loud. There's no live performances. However, in the future, they may, since they host weddings, they may have a string band or something, or even a DJ there. But they don't know how frequent that would be. So the planning board, having heartburn with denying the neighbor just the previous month, decided to recommend approval for just the type of music that they're currently doing, just through the speakers, just mood music, quiet. And if they were to have a guest that wanted a band for their wedding reception, that they would come to the city and go through the special event process for that.
Okay. Yeah, and I can't even imagine there being room to do anything like that outside. So that would be, worst case scenario, if that were to happen, we would not have one under this. We're fine with this just being background music that's played anytime you go to a restaurant. It's actually a much worse situation for silence than if you have just, some background music going, not even louder than the conversation between people.
And obviously, if they were having that type of party and they were having that band or DJ inside, there would be no need for a permit from the city.
Okay, considering the controversy that was around the mainland property just a month or so ago, I did in fact talk to Mr. Wood as well this afternoon because I don't know what type of music he uses amplification there. So having been to the facility as well, I like to use the word and have music.
Just a couple quick questions. Background music, what time do you turn it on? What time do you turn it on?
It would be during the day. We currently don't have any night events.
Okay.
So we just have, we don't have a lot of personnel on staff overnight, so we don't have anything, just during the day.
Just during the day, okay. And then my second question is the background music, is it in the front where you built the porch area, both in the front and the back?
Well, we do have a speaker in the front, on the porch, and then on the back patio as well.
Okay. Thank you.
I think you described it as ambient type music. Absolutely. It's just to, have some noise because otherwise the silence is deafening.
Would verbiage of ambient music not louder than the verbiage not louder than a reasonable conversation or something like that put in here acceptable or not? Or is it not worth it?
The reasonable person not worth it because it's as we talked about before, the courts have they can move on it and off of it, but what one person hears and another person hears is so subjective and varies so much. I think it would do more harm than good to have reasonableness type of respect. I think the ambient music consistent with what's being requested is fine. It was the reasonable part that I think it creates more confusion actually.
in our back patio area is actually where all the rooms are, so we don't want it to be loud. We don't want our guests to be disturbed. So it's just to have some sound going on, just like in a restaurant.
Just a comment, Brenda, Witherspoon, is on the hardwood, but she's also too late so she did on the speaker, not her. And the one comment she made that really hit home was that when she walks her dog past the building, she doesn't hear it. You know, the music is playing, but she doesn't hear it, just walking her dog past. So.
And this is something we didn't know that we were required to have a permit for, and so we've been playing music, and we've never had a complaint. We've had our board meeting, neighbors said that they can't hear it from their house. We don't want them to do it. Because then that would disturb our guys.
So say you never had a complaint when you're playing.
Well, I'll say that I've been to the spot twice and I've never even noticed the music, and it's probably because the silence is deafening.
Right, exactly. You would notice if there was no music.
Right.
Okay. All right, you can sit down and then we'll see if we have any public comment.
Sorry, I stole some of your thunder.
Name the rest, please.
From the Witherspoon 1102 South Central. And I just want to add that there were 4 residents within 200 feet that spoke in support of the White Orchid on Tuesdays. And there were 2 letters presented, one through planning and one direct. And it's no secret that I've fought for the quiet enjoyment of my home for the past 8 months. And equally as important, I have fought for the integrity of the Golden Magnolia Resort and Spa, and now for the success of their fine dining room, which is open to the public for breakfast. 6 years ago, we stayed at the White Orchid while looking for a home in Fiverr Beach. It was a surprisingly luxurious experience. Back then, the White Orchid had speakers around the pool that added a subtle background of spa music during the day and early evening. When the Gold Magnolia purchased the property, they immediately began to invest in the enrichment of the resort and spa experience. Included in the renovations were upgraded speakers to enhance the spa experience on the front and rear terraces. I walked by the Gold Magnolia almost daily when Emmy, my dog, and I made our way to clean up our section of the beach. Never once have I heard the music coming from the speakers while walking by the resort, from my home, or from around my pool. What I do notice from my large picture window are the patrons who spend $350 per night to stay at the Golden Magnolia, leave the property and make their way on foot north along A1A. Like my husband and I 6 years ago, they strolled toward town to spend money at the various restaurants, shops, coffee houses, and ice cream businesses within Fiverr Beach. The first time we stayed at the White Orchid, we had dinner at Tortugas, ice cream and waffle cone, and visited Frankie and Alice's several times before returning back to Golden Beach. I believe recusing myself from the vote on Tuesday was the right thing to do. The board did go on to vote unanimously in favor of the Golden Magnolia. But I would be remiss if I didn't remind the Golden Magnolia owners and staff that the music, spa, jazz, or the like, along the adjoining neighbor's fence to the east, is zoned residential, and the volume is limited to 60 dBA from 7 to 10 p.m. and down to 55 dBA from 10 until 7 a.m. respectively. The Gold Magnolia is of great importance to all businesses and residents of our city and contributes greatly to Flagler County's tourism. And I do want you to know that both my husband and I support the Gold Magnolia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring back the board.
We need a motion to approve application OB 2209.
Set in accordance with the recommendation of the planning, the recommended conditions of the planning and architectural review board.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. And the motion carries. Congratulations and thank you, John.
Thank you.
Going back to the other item, which was the Personnel Advisory Review Board. Congratulations, Mr. Cunningham. Welcome to the board. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is also a request for music, and that is number
18. And the PAR board also reviewed this application Tuesday night, and they did unanimously recommend approval. They understood that sometimes it may have been a little louder than usual during events like Bike Week and such, but they felt that this applicant has had an outdoor entertainment permit since we began the program, I believe in 2011 or 12. Felt that one warning issued in all that period of time that they were doing okay.
Okay, sir.
Good evening, commission members. My name is Daryl Mulvena. I'm co-owner of Finn's Beachside Pub. We've been in business with outdoor entertainment for 17 years. On March 11th, we did receive a warning ticket. I take responsibility for that infraction. Unfortunately, I was not present, but our noise protocols were not followed, and ultimately that's my responsibility. We are doing a number of things to address any further occurrences. We've adjusted our music lineup, going more with solos and duos versus the full bands on the deck. All our speakers be kept inside the band shell area. Some bands try to set them up outside and have better direct music to east of the ocean. We're not going to allow subwoofers on the deck anymore. That provides the base of the music, and that's what you all hear probably is the base. So we're going to try to knock that out as much as we can. Most importantly, we reactivated our decibel meters. Back in the day, when there was issues with this, we got our decibel meters working. Those are back online now. We're taking on-site and off-site readings throughout the evening and day hours whenever we have entertainment. In essence, we're going to be doing better sound monitoring. We'll continue to work closely with the Fiverr Police Department. And we have a really decent relationship with them. I'm very happy for that. And we will also deal with any concerned citizens within the community. I'm available. In conclusion, an outdoor music permit is a vital part of our business. And we feel a vibrant, fun upper deck with live music within ordinance limits is an asset to our community. We'll do our part to do a better job monitoring the situation and complying with the ordinance ahead. Thank you.
Okay. I think there's a few comments, and I'll start out. I appreciate the fact that you've been in business for 17 years, and I think that you're doing very good business. And I've come to your establishment myself in order to enjoy the entertainment as well as the food and drink. However, I do have a couple of comments that I'm glad to hear that you're going to make some changes in order to identify some of the issues that I had concerned about, because not too long ago, just when this guy is here, we actually had to send someone over to keep the music down because we couldn't conduct business here because it was that loud. And that bothers me. There was another incident when it was Memorial Day when we were actually having a ceremony out in Veterans Park. And our CRA director actually had to leave the event, go over, and ask the establishment, whoever was there, to quiet the music down because we couldn't even enjoy the celebration we were having on Memorial Day. And the fact that management wasn't even paying attention to that bothers me, especially on Memorial Day. I live on the other side of the Intercoastal, and when I'm sitting on my deck, not too long ago, I can hear the music from here. Not that the music necessarily bothers me, but if I can hear it from my deck on the other side of the Intercoastal, then I'm sure people that live here in the city must be hearing the music as well. And I'm just gonna address this to staff as well, to our city manager. What I've talked about before is consistency. And we're gonna be applying the rules to establishments in other parts of the city. I think it's incumbent on us to establish the rules to every business in the town itself. And that's one of the things I just wanted to address. But I'm also very glad to hear that you are going to be on top of this, paying attention to what's going on, because I certainly will. And it's not that I'm going to be code enforcement trying to bust your chops, but here again, I'm all about consistency on code enforcement and application of the rules that we have within the city. So those are just the comments.
One of the things that I've been refreshing with this applicant is acknowledgement, tangible, exact things that are put in place. They're real, they're in a way measurable, and also acknowledge. And we've had applicants in the not too recent past that have come in front of us and they presented, for lack of a better word, the same crap that they tried to push off on their boards. And kudos to you for acknowledging you took ownership, put your, the removal of the subwoofer, and just decimal meters in itself. The technology has changed a ton. I actually own a decimal meter that's calibrated, and they're not that expensive, and they're pretty darn good. And those type of things is what I would consider responsible, business. If you can say, hey, I get it, we got squirrely, here's what we're gonna fix. Kudos to you, and that's appreciated by us and the entire school.
Ditto.
I agree.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you for putting it so. No, I agree as well, and I appreciate everything you said, and do hope that, you will act upon everything you said. But I will tell you, just a comment, when I was walking to the commission chambers today at 4 o'clock, I could hear every word that the gentleman on the roof was saying. So just be cognizant of that. Make sure that people every single day when you use it are really paying attention. And it could be the wind, it could be, so many things.
There are lots of.
There's many factors. I understand there's many factors. But once again, I'm walking in and I'm like, of all nights, I can hear it perfectly at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
In the afternoon during the day, it's quite quiet right now. So we are making improvements.
Right.
There is room for improvement in everything.
Right.
We continue to strive to improve ourselves and to work with the community and be part of the community.
Okay. And which you are, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate everything you're doing to make your changes. Thank you.
But I agree with Commissioner Cooley and the rest of the commissioners. I mean, ownership is half the battle. That says a lot because we've had so many people just deny, no, that's not us. Anyway, I appreciate it. Well, Mr.
Sorry, just a brief comment. One thing I'd like to add to, of course, I concur with everything the commission said, but there's also the issue during turtle season of lighting and the lights flashing, and that's a no-no. So you could kind of pay attention to the lighting and make sure you're in compliance with that, and we could guide you on that. But that's one. It wasn't just noise.
Okay, good.
It's the DJs.
We'll have public comment this time. Anyone in the public like to address this particular item?
Just want to repeat what I said at the prior board meeting. I think, and what I said actually in the last meeting here, that is the ideal location of an establishment like that. The planning of the city is a very important aspect. And I think having been in similar situations, I served 8 years on St. Johns County's Planning and Zoning Agency, and to have someone that comes up here with sincere accountability is refreshing. And I think that we, as a community, owe it to him to give him another opportunity, and that Fins is a very important business in this community. I can say that I've come from St. Johns County just to go there, so I'm bringing my money down here and spending it in Flagler Beach that I wouldn't have. So I think it is important, and that is the ideal location for this place.
Keep bringing money down.
Yeah.
Any other comments from the public? Hey, see, now we'll bring back and forth.
I was only at one. What is good about this particular location, even though sometimes they have been loud, they are on the corner of two state highways. And they're not, in a residential area outside of Superior. They are right in the most commercial place you can get. So that is, that's also a factor.
Okay, I will make a motion to approve application OE 220302.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion in a second. Roll call, please.
Is that the right name?
OE 220902.
Go through.
It's different on this than it is on.
I vote too. I was looking at the agenda.
Yeah, the agenda number is different from the number on the.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You can amend your motion to say approve the outdoor entertainment application by fence.
I'll make a motion to approve the application, music application for fence OE 2209.
I got it.
You can't do two things at once.
Got a motion in a second.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Commissioner Neely.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley.
Yes.
Chair Bryan.
Yes, the motion. Thank you, sir, and we really appreciate your comments and your efforts to.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Daryl.
Okay, number 19. Commissioner.
No. Drew works very hard to say he's not the sixth commissioner.
Okay.
So now
I'm trying to make it a commission.
You must have seen the dirty looks I was making earlier.
I'm trying to ignore that. What am I going to say?
Maybe the same thing.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All of us together, don't we?
As you know, we have a lot of projects going on, and what I'm trying to do with this item is create what I call a pipeline. And I keep talking to the staff about, okay, what we have is a pipeline. There's all kinds of projects going on in the city, and they're on this continuum. You have developments coming in, you have infrastructure to support those developments, you have various other projects that we have to take on, and so we try to list those out and try to provide you all that information. And then what I'd like to do is get some sense of your consensus on priority, the things that you think are the most important that tie to the strategic plan that you want to see us focus on. And then what we plan to do, if it's acceptable to the commission, is we will color code those. We will separate your priorities, like call those the green level priorities, versus all the other projects that are in the pipeline that need to be done. Maybe we have a grant for it or something like that, or a report due to the state or whatever the issue may be. And we'll track them and we'll report to you all. We'll have this conversation about where we are on things. But I want to get a sense of what you think are the most important things for three reasons. Number one, I want to focus on those things and spend time, making sure those go well. Number two, we will, as we pass the budget and things get put into motion, we want to make sure that there are adequate work plans by the departments to include those things. And number three, if I'm going to be held accountable, you better believe I'm going to turn around and hold the department head accountable for helping me achieve that goal. So that's the logic behind the organization of the pipeline, the discussion here. If you could give me some sense of what you think is important, then I can, do those things to try to help move the ball and get the things done that need to be done in an orderly manner. Some of these projects, admittedly, are multi-year projects, and try as you may, they won't get done, in a year. But if I have some sense of, hey, this is very, very important versus another item, that helps us as a staff focus our energies and efforts. And of course, it helps the public understand what we're trying to achieve that ties back to your strategic plan and the other things that you want to see accomplished in the city. So these are the things that went into the thinking. I've drafted the memo, I've put together the pipeline, and I'm just looking for some direction at your pleasure. If you're not prepared to do all that tonight, I know that's a lot. We can, schedule it again or have a workshop, however you choose to handle it. But I've tried to organize it as best I could based on the discussions that we've had.
Okay. Just some initial. This might have to be a workshop because this is a lot. I think it's too much to try to tackle tonight. We're just gonna have to put some good time and conversation in this because I think if we try to go through it too quick, what I worry about, simple overall concern, is this becoming here's the segment of things that are must get done, and we can assume we'll get. What about the rest? The rest has got budget, and then what about all the things that got budgeted that aren't done or started that aren't even on here? Will those get done because they didn't make this list? So there's a lot of, we'll call them P-head questions that we gotta answer. And I'll give you an example. Last year, we put $2 million in a capital improvement project for the water line, second water line. Line started. That was last year. It's not even on this list. So that, we need to talk about those things. And so you have that and you have other things.
He's talking about unbelievable.
Yeah, but I don't think it was actually budgeted.
It was put in capital.
It was put in the capital improvement plan
for last year.
But it has a year that it's supposed to come up.
No, it came up last year. That was the only year.
So there's $2 million that you all expected to spend for the intercoastal line.
That you put in there.
For
last year. But, again, we just want to make sure that we take the time to capture those things.
I agree.
I think the workshop is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, I do too, because I'm totally on a different page. And I had this discussion with William yesterday. A lot of these things, and to me, public safety, wastewater, and water are the most important. Whatever projects are related to those. However, if you look at some of these things, many of them are started, or we've applied for grants for them, and so require attention, but not 24 hours a day. And so I cannot go through this list and say, I just am not capable of saying, this is more important than this. Partly for what you said, that if I had to get done it all. But I'm just looking down, this is how we voted when we filled out our priorities. It's an overall. A lot of these are either already done or probably require maybe a couple hours a week. I have no way of judging how much time it's going to do this job. None of us, I think, really understand how much time goes into a particular project. And what we voted on earlier and Department of Emergency Management. I'm sure at some point that was many hours. Now it gets submitted and possibly hours a week. Is the project still as important? Yes. But does it require as much time now as it required when you had to write it? So that's why I cannot do this. If it's a water project, it's important. You have staff members, we hired 2 new staff members this year. I love it. So when you get to some point, it's like, okay, Johnny, now it's your job. And I'll step in and make sure it's done. So that's, am I going to go through a workshop? Absolutely. Maybe collectively you'll make me function better. That's where I am.
And again, not to correct the commission, but what happened was we created for the first time a capital plan, 5-year capital plan. The $2 million project is scheduled for the fiscal year 23-24. So it's on the radar, but we don't have the $2 million yet.
I have to look at my copies. I
knew it was out there, but when we created some of these capital plans, we don't have the 2 million or 5 million or whatever it takes to do this project, so we schedule it out.
Utility.
It's in the utility portion.
Water.
Yeah. So we have to schedule these things because of either the time it takes, the engineering, or the amount of money. So that's how that kind of.
Right. But if we had our project tracker, we would know what this stuff is.
Exactly.
We don't, or any of this stuff is.
So do we want to have a workshop in order to get a general idea of what the priorities are?
Yeah, if you all could give me some feedback on the things that are on your mind, the things you want to see move forward, we can organize a good workshop and kind of come back with a list and some suggestions to you, and then have you discuss it with us. But we have every intention of doing the projects that need to be done. If we have a grant obligation, a contract obligation, a property obligation, whatever that obligation is. And it's just that sometimes they have to be sequenced. For example, stormwater. A lot of those stormwater projects usually take about 3 years because you have to do design, and then you have to, put together, maybe purchase property or some other issue, and then, schedule it, get it, and, deliver it. So a lot of these things are multi-year. Some of them are not. I'd like to
taking
feedback.
your example, like you just said, how much time would you have to spend tomorrow on that?
Well, depending on the complexity of whether there's a land purchase involved, whether there is a regulatory deadline, whether there is some sort of special circumstance with, how the land falls or I'll tell you, a lot of the stormwater issues has interplay with the intercoastal and the groundwater table. People don't see the groundwater table, but it's there. Whether you see it or not, it moves up and down with the amount of rain, and it also moves in and out, east and west, based on the tides. And it has a big impact on what you do in the field. So it depends on the complexity of it, yes.
So if we have a workshop, would it be wise to say that we could at least discuss them as far as categories?
Yes.
In other words, we start putting them into utilities, emergency management, or we would have. But if we have a workshop, we could put it in categories and then start prioritizing, because that's your job.
Right.
I mean, because you know where the money is, you know where the money's coming from, you know what grants we've applied for, what kind of grants we're going to probably try to get or not get, which ties in and dovetails with other monies coming in.
Correct.
So I guess maybe we can look at some kind of categories.
Yeah, and if you give me a sense of, hey, I really want to focus on these top 2 or 3, that's good enough. That's all I need. Just needing that sense of what you think is important. And then you're right. For example, back to the stormwater, because I'm really familiar with that. We were talking tonight about Flagler Avenue. I know right now that Lee is applying to FEMA to get a grant to totally redo Flagler Avenue. We didn't reflect it in the plan because we don't have the grant, but we know that we're after it, and so far so good. But it takes so long with FEMA, and they have to go through this BCA
formula that they do, and it can take a lot of time, but we know that we're trying to chase those funds and get that done.
Okay, Drew, you have some comments?
So, well, I think as I was sitting back and listening, an analogy came to mind that I think may help the commission understand what the city manager, I think, is really asking for. It's not that he needs input from you on every one of these on, 1 through 100, where does this one fall? And the analogy that came to mind is, when William calls me on the phone, sometimes I'm doing 3 or 4 different things, and I will ask him, all right, these are the other things I'm doing for you right now. Which one do you need me to prioritize? Now, if there's 2 other things beyond those 4 that, let's say, like with these hearings in the golf course, I've got the hearings going on, I'm going to show up at court. I'm going to do those. I don't need him to tell me where those fall on the priority list. That's my job. So he's not asking you to tell you where to prioritize things that he already knows he has to do. It's those other things where priorities, where there's limited time and room to massage what comes first. I think that's really the ones that you're looking for some input on. So it's not giving him that list of 1 through 100. He knows how to do his job. It's getting a little bit of feedback so he knows, all right, if I have to decide between this one and this one to get done today, which one is it? And that's, I think, the input that you're looking for.
All right. Okay, Commissioners, have a comment to understand where we're going, and are we in agreement that we should probably have a workshop? Okay, I guess we have to say.
Yeah, and for the workshop, we'll bring you a straw man, some suggestions, and then if you don't like them, then let us know, but we can bring you back some suggestions.
Right, and this pipeline is exactly what we were asking for, not to micromanage you, but just to make sure that things are moving along.
Yes, ma'am. I hope you liked it.
Yeah.
I think the next iteration is to color code it, and maybe you all give us some guidance on what the top priorities are.
Okay, well, I guess we all have an understanding of where we're going, we have direction, so we move on to the next item. That is also stay with the city.
Yeah, so I drafted a memo. I started working with Chairman Bryan months ago, and then I also started hearing from the mayor who liked that idea. And I'm like, okay, I'm hearing this, I'm hearing that. How do we blend this together? How do we put something together that would be very cohesive and very helpful to communicate the city's priorities? And I kind of come up, based on all the conversations that I've had with different members of the commission, the mayor and Chairman Bryan, this is kind of what I came up with. And I wanted to know what you thought so that we could get organized and get it going, because we have set a date, we have a venue, and we're ready to rock and roll. We just need a little more guidance, and then we can go ahead and get going.
Okay, any comments?
The only comment I have is for public safety. I think Chief would be the guy to present that, not me. I mean, if anybody's interested in public safety, it would be our chief.
This is supposed to be us. Am I right? That's what the purpose of this.
That was the idea, but it's your state of the city. You organize.
Because I'm on that same point, I think it should be rendered into money.
Well, I'm not even the guy to talk about this. It's not my thing.
You want to do wastewater instead?
Well, I think, what we talked about, along with the mayor as well, is that, was just to more or less open it up for, and if none of the commissioners or mayor or anyone else actually wants to present or anything like this, it's just, this is an example of giving anyone and everyone an opportunity that are on this panel or this board to participate. But if we're okay with certain individuals, like the chief doing the safety part of it or whatever, I think that's fine.
Or you could change the categories or subject matter. I mean, that's up to y'all. We just wanted, this is a straw man to see what you wanted to do.
Chief, you okay to present public safety? I think you might know a thing or two about it.
Yeah, when I started, I had a full head of black hair. All I have is gray, and all I have is yellow. When it comes to it, I think you're more than capable of doing it. I'm just talking with Chief Pace, we can give you the information that we can present, but we're gonna be there if people have questions, so we can give you a bullet item list of, like the ISO rating and why the ISO rating is so high for the fire department, and where we are with crime and clearance rate and LPRs and all that stuff, so maybe we can give that information to you, you can present it, you can do a great job. And we'll obviously be there to answer any questions at the public.
So the idea,
we'll be your wayman.
The idea when we first started talking about this, and I think the mayor got involved as well, even, Commissioner Sherman brought it up, is that, we all talked about it, we campaigned on being open and communicating with the public, and we thought this is probably, I don't think it's ever been done, the state of the city. So this is our first crack at it, but we want to be open and let folks know this is where we are, this is what's happening within your city, and give people an opportunity to ask questions and see what things are doing.
I'd like to add something. A lot of this idea and design, since our city has not done a state of the city before, we looked at Palm Coast and how they conducted their state of the city, and it was nice to see each council member step up and talk about a different sector of the city, of the infrastructure, the different departments, and then they actually even referenced them to city staff to help them move more in the direction, more detailed information.
Yeah, because we do all work together. That's what's all about.
Yeah, so I was kind of hoping maybe I got the one that I know is staff, but
we will have Ben whisper in your ear.
Do y'all want to put him in a hat?
No, I'll do it. I'm just assuming I will get, as Matt just said, I will get from Jim Ringer and Johnny Lynn and whoever else, background information.
I'll organize all this and give you the bullet points, and everybody will just let me know if you're comfortable with that area or want to change it.
Yeah, no, I'm good. But then I would appreciate if staff were there.
Oh yes. The way this would work is that once we open the doors at, I think it's 6 o'clock, we will have tables where the department heads would be, and they would be labeled by subject area. People could come in and interact with the staff, ask questions, and then at 7 o'clock would be the presentation, and then there would be a short Q&A. People would be instructed to write down their questions. Maybe they start that at 6 when they come, and then that would be read and directed to the right person for response. And then after that's over, then we would have refreshments.
Just food for thought. This is nothing against commissioners, but we have our newest commissioner covering the city budget. So, putting that out there.
But it's for the process. It doesn't have to be the actual budget.
Right.
Well, since he's not here, do you want to swap?
Well, on the flip side, he's going to be in the office one of the longest term, so it might be great to give him a crash course.
Baptism by fire.
Yeah. Just throw him in.
Okay, we'd like to open it up for public comments. Okay. Comments regarding the state of the city. See, now we're way back. Okay, we discussed it, so I think we know where we're going. We have direction on this.
So you're fine with the memo, and we'll just proceed? Okay. And we're working on the video presentation there. We have some quotes and we have some we're going to line up.
Tomorrow I'll contact somebody else. Remember, I texted my friend and she said to talk to the president. Well, I have no time, so I will do that tomorrow.
Okay, we're before there we'll have public comment. Again,
You skipped staff reports.
Sorry about that. Anxious to get you done here. Staff reports.
So last Friday last week we had our hearings in front of the county court on our eviction case, and the first one on the agenda was whether or not she was going to transfer to circuit court. As for the case as it's pled, she agreed with us, but as they did in their letter back in May, the defendant is still asserting that they intend to file a counterclaim, and the argument was made at the hearing, and the judge latched onto that and said, well, if they make the counterclaim, then I'm going to lose jurisdiction. So what she ended up doing was giving them until a week from tomorrow to file that counterclaim. And if it does, then we will end up in circuit court. So we are still basically at a standstill because we're still waiting to get jurisdiction settled, but at least we got some closure perhaps as to whether or not this counterclaim is coming, because they seem very intent to file it. I do not have that order in hand yet. I saw the draft order that was sent to me Tuesday, I guess when it was a holiday, so Tuesday he sent it to me, and I okayed the draft order, but the judge hasn't signed it yet. But that's where we stand. We are still waiting just to get the right court. And if they don't file that counterclaim, I assume that means that the county judge will hold on to the case, but it just leaves us out there with they can file that counterclaim some other time, despite they'll make her mad, but there's really no teeth to that order because you can amend a claim pretty much anytime until you're at trial. So we will see. But right now it looks like we're moving to circuit court. And given the drawback to that is just the same reason we had a hearing in that last week, and we're waiting until October for hearing in front of circuit court. Circuit court's more congested. So everything's going to move slower once we get to circuit court. At the same time, nothing against nothing about the hearing itself. Given the facts of this case, the circuit judge will have less patience because that was a very long hearing, and I was disappointed for a judge to enter an order, on something that we're going to do, not what was in the file right now. That's where we are, and that was my bright side for myself when I was driving back. Is the circuit judge wouldn't have patience for that. So that's where we are.
Okay. Just a few items of interest. The next month in October, we're organizing with Mr. Fries of CPH a major briefing on the wastewater plant, let me know where we are with loan, all the moving parts that go with that project, which is probably the largest project, larger than Peter, that we're going to be doing this year. So we'll be lining that up and share that with you. The dune walkovers, we had some complaints from citizens that are upset that they can't go on their favorite dune walkover. I just asked for patience because we had a major conference call with DEP, the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Group, and everybody to try to get out there to see if we could go ahead and make repairs. We cannot repair these dune walkovers and extend them without permission. So learn that lesson the hard way. And I'm not gonna go on a verbal, just go out there, because they talked about that on the conference call. I said, no, you send me a person out to inspect them, you send me a letter, then we'll do the repairs. So that's what we're waiting on. Next item is Hal Parker's ribbon cutting, and I'll steal your thunder, Commissioner. I think that's set for October 5 at 5. And the rain date is the next day at 6.
And we will have the press there as well.
Yes, we are. And then we'll have a table for the cookies too.
Cookies and water.
All right, good. Also, I received a copy of Fiverr County Strategic Plan. It's very well organized. I had a compliment the county administrator on that, and if you want to see a copy, I'll be happy to forward that. I'll be looking through it to see how we can connect better with the county.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Isn't fall when we financial requests to them? Is it fall?
It's by Christmas.
The letter I sent them is in December, so you got to send it in plenty of time to hit their budget cycle, which is the same as us. So we start our budget planning process in January, so do they. Heidi and I are in sync. Legislative program. You all approved the legislative program, but one of the things that's happened since then is I was requested by the Florida League of Cities to join their administrative and taxation committee, policy committee for the Florida League. And I've been kind of talking about this concept of a donor city, where, you know, we're a small city, and the current way that the legislature gives revenue share is based on population. Yet we service hundreds of thousands of people more. I mean, we service a larger population because of the tourist traffic, and that's part of the angst that we have. So I've been talking to Drew, and with your permission, I'd like to see if I can introduce within that policy committee the concept of a donor city, where maybe we could get a tweak to the traditional formula that Florida has used to give us revenue share based strictly on population. Maybe we could also introduce the factor of service provided as opposed to strictly population. So if you're okay with that, I'll be happy to work with Drew and draft some things and discuss it with you, and then maybe talk about it and see if we could get it inserted into the Florida League's process, and maybe move it forward at some point in the legislature down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's in charge of that committee?
That one is a young lady. What is her name?
Amber?
Amber. It's Amber. And then the next item is that the meter project that you all authorized is drawing to a close. We're running numbers, we're testing. Probably in October, November, I'm going to be putting a report back to you on how we're doing on that. And I just wanted to say thank you again, because it's going to be not too long before we can do the entire city in less than a day. Whereas before, it would take weeks. So that's thanks to you and the investment you've allowed us to make. So I think that's pretty significant, and I'll be bringing forward the report when we start having the numbers and we start seeing everything pulled together. The staff is in the process of getting used to all of these new tools and tweaking and synchronizing the software. There's also a letter that will probably be prepared to go out, and I want to make sure I share that with y'all as well, so you'll be watching the email for that.
And as a consumer, I appreciate that you can ask for a day-by-day usage.
It has
the
really
helped.
helped
We
us.
had some crazy bills, and by getting that day-by-day, we could line it up. If we had an event that day, so we used more water. We did not have an event, so we used less.
It's really helped in explaining variances and anomalies to customers, and they seem to appreciate the feedback. So it's going well. Last item is that, earlier you all had talked about this aggravation that happens quite a bit out in the well fields. And that's because we don't own our own land. And I come from a former city where they owned in partnership with others thousands of acres of land. So they didn't have to be involved in getting the water wells in the middle of development areas. So one idea I'd like to throw out there for next year in our strategic plan, something to consider and think about, is maybe we need to have some joint initiatives with Palm Coast and the county to buy joint well fields, to maybe do joint stormwater master plan, things like this, big ideas where we can come together with those jurisdictions that have those hundreds of acres out there that maybe we could collaborate in partnership with. So it's just a thought.
I see, it looks like they actually started the dumpster hole today.
They did.
Could you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We needed to file the FDOT permit. We were going to start Tuesday, but the permit didn't get cleared. So we started today. We're coordinating with the Turtle people to get all those controls in place. And so that work is starting, and we know that it's going to be an inconvenience for people for a little while, but once it's done, it'll be a big plus for not only the staff, but for everybody involved. We don't want to spill garbage on the beach or other kinds of things. So we're working hard on that, and I'm hoping that'll get done in the next 45 to 60 days max. And so they're going to be moving along real quickly on that job, and they started today.
Thank you.
Okay, chief. Chief and chief. Chief or chief.
Fire chief doesn't know So the first one is post-pandemic, our trunk or treat is returning back to the police department. That's October 22nd, from 5 to 7. The commissioner would like the parking space participate. All you have to do is get in touch with you. And get in touch with you, just let me know. So we're looking forward to return back to normalcy there. So it's been a great event and we're looking forward to it. The second one I will update for you on the pedestrian crossing on A1A, the project with DOT. That email from Kevin Marquez today, they issued an order on August the 4th. We've got 120 days to get that completed, so it has to be done by the 15th of December. Now, they can ask for the additional days if there's something to do with the holiday or stuff like the storm that comes in. But he will involve the city when they have meetings if there's going to be any type of roadway closure. So Kevin's been extremely easy to work with on this project. And, very responsive, so that's good. So as we get closer to the fall and the starry nights, a lot of folks in town for that type of stuff. It's going to be working on that. And the last one is, I'm sure everybody saw the arrest that we had yesterday from Montauk Park on, and that's a perfect example of see something, say something, working fluidly and expeditiously with your partners. And everybody gets a chance to see that, but there's sometimes we don't see things that go on behind the scenes with the county. And a perfect example is if you've been down South Central in the last week, you'll see the electronic variable message boards advertising up and putting in new stop signs. Those signs are not owned by the city. There was a phone call made to Jonathan Moore at the EOC asking him to borrow those signs for 2 weeks. So when I talked to Jonathan, that relationship is based on respect and trust. And those message boards, if you were to rent them per day, are anywhere between $155 and $175 a day. Do the math if you just go middle of the road 165 times 14 days, and there's 2 signs because you have to advertise in both directions, that's $4,620. So we're not going to get a bill because Jonathan and his staff and the county that we work with on a daily basis, they get that. Plus, we didn't get it. I know. And it's not just the sheriff, it's just our public works. It's all of us. I would be remiss as the chief if I didn't thank you, the city and your staff. VP, who you all know, he's the one that delivered. He's the one that programmed the messaging. And he's going to pick them up. I don't think I can listen to those stories from the ones.
Do we write thank you notes?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Fire chief, you okay?
I'm good, sir. I got ahead.
You got it? Okay. Okay, we'll start with Commissioner Brewer. Hey.
I just, if you saw the email I forwarded from Commissioner Sherman, and regarding to the Safe Streets for All grants that he heard about through the TPO, I see that St. John's River to Sea sent a letter of support to Flagler County. I was wondering if you just wanted me to draft something up for the mayor's signature, just a support letter, because it will benefit us as well.
Yeah, it was a very interesting report.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna wait till I'm not as squeaky. Cover myself. Be a lot easier.
It's very sexy voice. I should have said this while Chief was up here. First of all, these reports are amazing. I think it took me longer to read his reports than the whole rest of the thing. So I would like to congratulate Detective Vinci on completing her Bachelor of Science degree in supervision and management. I've always thought she was an amazing person, and she's gone one step further. And he also wrote that 9 out of 14 of his officers have college degrees. That's good. And how many cases have been resolved because of the license plate readers that we instituted? That's really good. Were you going to talk about movements and public comment?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I forgot that I'm not executive.
You forgot?
I know.
Already retired.
Yeah, we had a party for her. Anyway, the museum is having one of their 2 big fundraisers for the year on October 6th. So it's called the Moon Dance. It is at Beachfront Grill on October 6th from 5:30 to 8:30. And you can go online and buy the tickets.
Do we get moon pies this year?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Beef Turtle is providing, that's our annual thing.
And we are actually starting up the Citizens Academy for real. No excuses this time. And we're starting on October 26th. And we'll run for 8 weeks. Once again, I will ask the people who signed up 3 years ago, whenever it was, if they're still interested. I think they should get a tough shot. And then we'll open it to the public, to the rest of the public. There are a few people in here who have been through the Citizens Academy, and I think they're pretty well with it. Yeah, 2, 3. You were one of the ones who started.
And then you cancel the class.
The fellow who rides in the back, he got the.
Wasn't the first class?
Oh, wow. So I recommend that you have Wednesday afternoons from 2 to 5 available, and you sign up for it. And we might open it up to like government class kids at the high school. You know, we'll see how that goes. We'll talk about it. And that's it.
The only thing I have is I met with a resident this afternoon. We talked about speeding on 17th in Daytona, and many months ago, maybe even a couple of years ago, Chief put out his boards to slow down, get officers out there monitoring, set it out for a period of time. He asked if he could have stop signs potentially, or have somebody look at it, do an assessment at 17th in Daytona. So he said between 3 and 4:30 every afternoon, things like that. Thank you. I'm gonna work with her. So I know we're doing it obviously on Central, so it's kind of on that tier list.
What I'm concerned about is when we put more stop signs on Central, more people are gonna go on Daytona. And if they come right.
So if you could just do that, I'd appreciate it. That's all I got.
Mayor. Well, I had notes and they're now mixed into my file, but have it covered. One of them I had was we did not have a beach cleanup this. Oh, we did not have a beach cleanup. I'm just naturally now. This month, but we have International Beach Cleanup on September 17th. So we'll still need the apron at the pier. This one's a little bit different. It's where we actually record the information and submit it to the powers that be. But we just encourage everyone to please come out.
I think it's the Nature Conservancy.
I'm not sure. But everyone be there. That's it.
So yeah, okay, that's good. One of the things I wanted to bring up, and it has to do with some items that, item that the legislators passed, and it has to do with land slipping on beaches and parks. I think that it's not only a health issue, but it also has to do with the environment, and particularly the litter. I think we've all found out in this studies done that that's one of the largest litter problems that we have in the country. And we've seen that over in the beach, the Black Beach stuff, and we're going to clean up with cigarette butts. So, I'm just asking whether or not.
Yes. Whatever you got. Yes.
Okay. So looking for a consensus.
No butts.
Looking for a consensus. No butts. No butts on the beach. Okay, I think we have a consensus that city attorney got the monies. Looking on the beach.
Can it include our boardwalk?
Particularly our boardwalk.
Okay.
The other item I have is Centennial status. We talked about this prior to the budget. We talked about getting I'm not going to call it a committee, I'm just going to call it some folks, a group, or whatever we need in order to get the Centennial moving, because I think we're going to have an organized group with a chairperson to head up this thing and get it moving. I think the celebration is going to be good, but we only have 3 or 4 years to put it together. We're going to have to get budgets together. I was involved with the one in actually St. Augustine, and we actually have corporate sponsors and local business sponsors and things like this. But it's something we need to really get a handle on and get moving pretty quickly, because we're going to be behind the eight ball. I think we probably should have started a year and a half ago. So I just want to bring it up and get some comments.
Just a brief comment, we did form a working group, and we did have a couple of meetings, and we'll recirculate the notes from that. So we've started the conversation, but we need to do some more. And we do have seed funds in the budget this year, so we can take that and work from there. And looking forward to working with the new museum director, and they'll be a key part of it.
Kathy says she will work, but she will not head it up. She's retired.
The museum will not pay it.
The museum will not pay it. Okay. All right, well, I just want to put that out there so that we can have it on our minds and keep it on the radar. And the last thing, and it has to do with the conference that we went to a couple of months ago, having to do with film plastic recycling. I'll talk to you a little bit more about what we need to do as far as getting a request for getting a proposal out there so we can start conversations with Trek or any other companies that's willing to do that. Yeah, we have to actually put out an request for a bid.
Well, I would put out an RFQ just to generally narrow down the field of who you want to work with, and then go from there.
Okay. Trek is obviously already interested in doing. Yeah. So here again, just as a reminder, this is a conference that our supervisor of sanitation and I went to, and we found a couple of companies that were interested in taking recycled plastics from us, and this would involve all the plastic bags and plastic films, as they call it, wrappers on water bottles and things like this, bubble wrap, and they would actually put the recycled bins up in strategic locations around the city. They pick up the product, and actually they pay us for the recycled plastics as well. So where you normally drop off your plastics right now to Publix, you have to do it right here in the city, designated areas. And of course, and what they do is they actually recycle that into the same type of material that we used out at the Cal Market, Trek boards. It's actually the Trek company itself that's interested in this. And they need more products, so that's why they're actually out providing the containers, picking it up, and can actually produce a small revenue or any revenue is good for us for the plastics that we make. So that's all I have. And right now, I guess we can go to public comment.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Jackie Rector. I live at 1104 South Daytona Avenue. It's almost been a year since I moved here, and I just love this city. It's warm, I love the home, but I wasn't aware of traffic on South Daytona. A lot of traffic, but that's not the issue. The speed of the traffic.
I have a big mouth. Right? I heard everything I said, right? So I'm really concerned from a public safety perspective. There's a lot of pedestrians, a lot of people walking to the beach, the golf carters, the ladies with their children. It's just a lot of traffic, but the speed is just horrific. And I know there's some stop signs that are going in on South Central, but people roll through those stop signs. You know that. They roll through the stop signs. So I don't know what the answer is. Maybe some speed bumps, but it's really bad. Because when I'm turning into my driveway, people are literally like almost rear-ending me or honking. I mean, they're really going fast. And so my neighbors and I, we've had conversations, so there is an agreement that, they don't know I'm here today, but it just, every day it's just on my heart. So I wanted to just bring that to your attention. You already know that.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did, because the gentleman I spoke with today said he's almost been hit getting his mail.
Yes.
Because people are going so fast. So
And the trash cans that are like left maybe a little too far out, I mean, they have been creamed. So I just think
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm Terry Williams, and I'm the Democracy Florida Program Manager in Fiverr County. So I moved here in 2005, and I thought I was retiring, and I ended up writing a grant
for Flagler County. And so I've been working on tobacco prevention since 2005 when I moved here. So I know I've worked with many of you, and my heart just leapt for joy when you're doing. The governor, we were preempted from doing parks and beaches, but since they did away with that, they took the preemption off, and we're allowed to pursue that now. And pursuing that, we've picked up. We canceled the beach cleanup, but we had about 100 kids show up. Students working against tobacco, and I know you've seen them around in the green shirts. And we've been picking up the beaches once a month for years and years and years. So we went ahead and did our beach cleanup because we weren't able to we had about 35 spot students we couldn't get a hold of. But I just want to thank you. I've worked with most of you here, and Chief Downey is on my partnership, and we've just been working really hard to try to provide a butt-free beach and butt-free areas, because I know we have picked up hundreds of thousands of cigarette butts. And for the animals, the environment, the people, the cleanliness, it's going to just be so much better. But we will still come and do beach cleanups because we know that we'll still have some issues. We'll focus on Veterans Park because we have a lot there. But I just want to thank you. I've enjoyed working with all of you. And Penny, I've worked with you a long time, scheduling things and doing things. So, and Jane, thank you all. Mayor, Eric, been closely working with you in the store. So, and thank you for your compliance while you do with your products. So I really appreciate all of you. And this is a huge win for the state of Florida. And I'm going to be calling the state tomorrow where I report and telling them what you are getting ready to do. And I think we might be one of the first in the state. Really? So, yeah. So this is just, there's one of me in every county. So we're all working on parks and beaches. But so far, this is kind of brand new. So the ordinance will just be wonderful. And I really applaud Flagler all the time. And a lot of the state is following what we do. So it'll be a great example to them. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. And with the help of the police chief and our cigarette butts, he came up with the theme months ago. So gifts, hands, or butts.
And I love your things.
So great. Well, I've been through a lot of them along some of the others, and we've probably picked up over 25,000 butts based on the buckets that we've got.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. He wants to talk about it.
A lot.
A lot.
Quentin Parker, South Flagler Avenue. I have a short list. Plastic recycling, what does Paul goes to with their plastics?
Goes on the road, the garbage. I live
That's
there.
where I've seen it, that's what I was wondering, yeah.
They have,
That was for sure.
yeah, they have separate pickups, but it's.
I know, and if you blast them.
Yeah, they did say it was.
Backflow preventer.
Yeah, can you just go and go through the questions and that way we can.
Okay, backflow preventer. I have one of the outlets. In fact, they put a drain in my backyard. The city did a number of years ago, which is not on any maps that we know of. Anyways, that goes out to the coastal. I asked about a backflow preventer. The engineer said that was one of the dumbest ideas for her. So let's go on with the other minute. Clean up. How about cleaning up the streets? I walk around the streets picking up trash all the time. A1A looks like a dump when you walk down there. People throw crap out, cigarette butts. I got 3 buckets this morning, 5-gallon buckets full of crap off of A1A and 23rd Street. Why don't we try to extend that a little further? We know who's doing the beaches. It's not us, because we don't go to the beach that much. It's other people coming in. And I think that's it.
Okay. No, you have a light pole you want to say.
No, that's not the city's business, that's FPL, I believe.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Now, because I just wanted to say, if you post something on Facebook, that's not the correct.
Oh yeah, it's a good place because not more people complain. Yeah, you know that. I mean, we're feeding the public. Anyways, thank you.
Oh my God.
Oh, I can address the cleanup.
You want to address the cleanup?
We clean along the streets, and we're limited by what volunteers are willing to do. There's also Danielle runs the A1A senior group, and they actually do an A1A cleanup as well. The reason why A1A looks like crap, Clint, is because 5 minutes after we're done the cleanup, you're littering. But it's not for lack of attention, it's for human behavior forcing.
Well, the fact that you have to have a beach cleanup at least once a month, even though a lot of residents spend a little bit of time on the beach cleaning it up. It says a lot about people.
I'd also like to add that majority of our volunteers are high school students, and we try to keep them in the safest place, and that's on the beach and away from cars in the streets. So, more volunteers.
I got a question, city manager, in regard to that. We have an ordinance that we recently passed within the last year, which imposes fines for littering, waste, this kind of thing. And I know the police officers and all are very busy, but I think we also included in that other individuals that could be enforcers to some degree. Just code enforcement, everything else. Do you remember? I guess what I'm pointing
You
out.
talked about lifeguards. I can't remember where it ended up on. I think it was lifeguard captains.
Yeah, the officers.
So I mean, you know, it's tough for those individuals to enforce it, but I guess what we need to do is put on our thinking caps and also talk about how we can enforce the ordinances that we have to address that, or at least try to deter it. We talked about dodge lagoons and maybe some other types of positive things that we could do in order to encourage people not to litter, which is a task. But I just want to mention that. So, you know, positive reinforcements, I'm not sure how to do it, but because there are fines associated with litter inside the beach. Okay, that's all I have. Any other public comments? Seeing none, call for a motion to adjourn. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.
Hold your trash for 6 months.